their best ideas so they can stay focused on things that are going to have a big impact. So I got into the CRO space. I was a user experience researcher from day one on Google Optimize's platform, and I was part of the team until product launch. And then I decided I wanted to be a CRO professional and went to Clearhead. So Laura and I did not overlap, but we both worked at Clearhead. And then I started my own shop 2.5 years ago.
I'm Pete. I'm a co-founder of a company called Optimizely. We build tools that make it easy for companies to make decisions using experiments.
So how many people here are familiar with the phrase digital experience optimization? Quite a few, actually. That was way more than expected, because when I volunteered to run this track, I had not heard the term before. I'm a product manager here in town and have been doing a lot of these things, the A/B testing, the personalization, the release management, but had never heard it kind of packaged up. So Pete, do you want to maybe speak to the origin of the phrase? I feel like it comes a little bit from Optimizely, but maybe more so even just from San Francisco.
From San Francisco. Yeah, so that's I actually don't know where it came from. We may have made that up. So the idea, though, is digital experience optimization is adopting a set of practices and technologies that help you use data to build better experiences for your customers. And it can range for a lot of different things. It can be things like using feature flags to progressively roll out new features and make sure that what you built is high quality, right, before you launch it to the world, to using experiments to understand what the most effective messaging is, or what the most effective parameters or other aspects of your product experience. So it's a wide-ranging set of things, but the idea is using data to build better digital experiences for your customers.
Awesome. Yeah, what does the DxO team look like within an organization? Both from, I would like to hear from kind of the early stage, and the two of you work with a lot of early stage companies, as well as the bigger organizations where it's very cross-functional, there's multiple departments you're working with. So kind of where does the team start from? What type of brains do you need in the room, and experiences do you need?
Yeah, so typically what I have found in my experience on the consulting side is that the team is non-existent. Usually it's a founder, it's a CMO, it is a developer who's leading the charge, who has heard about this and is excited about it and wants to bring it to the larger organization. And it's really about getting that organizational buy-in and getting the resources you need from a consultant side anyway, in to support you and get you off the ground and running in many cases. So like we have a team of 5 people that are staffed, a developer, a designer, a data analyst, a strategist, and like all of these people are supporting the testing program, and a researcher, that's the one I forgot. And so oftentimes those are roles that a smaller company doesn't have yet, and that's how we come in and add that support or that resource aid.
Yeah, and so at Vrbo we have individual teams dedicated to each of those things. So we have a UX research team, we have a team of analysts that work on understanding our data to help provide product managers with insights that then allow them to generate ideas, and that stuff kind of flows throughout the organization. And as people come up with ideas, it could be really anyone, we have the ability to, through our analysts and through our engineers to sort of figure out whether or not we might want to test something.
And so Vrbo's established, for the more established, and the organization has agreed that this is a practice that they want to invest in and devote resources to. So on the earlier side of things to mid-size, how do you educate and get the stakeholders excited about this? Even if, if your entry point is a developer that's excited, how do you get the leadership team to understand what this all means and how it's going to affect the organization as a whole?
What I've seen is that a lot of companies, when you ask them the question, how do they know if something worked? They don't have a strategy for knowing that, or their strategy is not scientifically founded. And so taking that moment to reflect on how are we going to know if this is even the right direction? Is it worth investing the dollars in this particular idea or particular direction? Is often a good place to get buy-in.
And I think too, to add on to that, that's a great point, at the customer level, right? How customer-centric is the organization? Because those who are customer-centric are the ones who are going to excel at testing and personalization, just because you are providing, in the end, a better experience for your users and your end customer and solving problems that they actually have. So that's another thing that I would add is people who tend to think that way tend to be more open and receptive to the idea of bringing testing into their organizations.
Yeah, just add, even at a big company where testing is sort of the norm, there's some variability in teams' willingness to adopt, right? So like on our traveler side where we get tons of visitors, it's almost everyone's just always testing. But in some of our applications where we might not get so much traffic, there is a question of is it worth it to sort of build up all of the framework that we would need to A/B test in this space, or can we just use UX research or other non-A/B testing research to figure out whether or not to launch a product?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Most of my experience comes from super early stage and low traffic sites. So it's something that's very top of mind for me when you talk experimentation and statistical significance. At what point does a test become relevant? And I've seen a lot of organizations kind of get excited about this early and start making business decisions based on tests, but they may not actually be at a level that you can trust it or trust that data that you're getting. So can each of you kind of speak to that, or how you navigate maybe not having quite enough data to make a decision?
Sure. So I can start there, and I'll leave all the statistics to the actual expert on the stage. But it is easy to get seduced by case studies, where I changed the button from red to green, and it doubled our conversion rates. And I tend to think that most of those are, they're not just bullshit. They're probably statistical noise from my perspective, but they're not very useful, right? What do you learn when you do that? Not very much. And so I think activities like that they're not useful for most organizations, but they're especially not useful for startups where time and money and energy is at a real premium. There's a famous blog post by a Google designer, an ex-Google designer, who was griping about having to test 43 different shades of blue. And their product designer was kind of using this as an example for how Google was a culture where the kind of testing culture had sort of run amok. And having been there, I think that was a bit of an exaggeration. But the reality is that Google is probably one of the few organizations on the planet where you could actually learn something meaningful from a test like that. And so for the rest of it, it's just pointless to try to run things like that. There are a set of things you can do from an experimentation perspective on a very early stage. And not all of it looks like a classic controlled split test, right? Things we talked about in the last hour, like something like a painted door test. It's a super effective way, very early on, to learn something fundamental about the value of what you're building. And it isn't necessarily something that requires statistical significance to learn from. And so there are ways, just this philosophy, if you sort of move away from experimentation as a strictly scientific process where you're trying to collect enough data to reach stat sig, and you instead sort of shift your thinking at the very early stage, we're just trying to validate something. We have a set of hypotheses, and the faster we can validate these, the faster we can either invest in building it or move on. And that sort of opens up a set of things that I think are tremendously valuable for early stage founders.
I like to think about the difference between getting a signal about something versus validating an approach. So in user research, there's a lot of qualitative approaches and methods that you can use as well to get signal about things. And I often find that where you have to start is asking, what are we trying to learn? What behavior are we trying to learn about? So that way you can structure the research approach and the research method appropriately, rather than saying, is it red or blue better? Why do we care if red or blue is better? And what kind of behavior are we trying to drive, and what would be a good signal for that?
Yeah, and I think to Pete's point about the painted door test, test everything. Test your ads, test your emails, right? These are all ways to validate things that aren't necessarily on site. You can validate your customers that way, right? You can validate to some of what AJ was just talking about, right? What are we really trying to drive home here? And those require minimal effort. The traffic that you get is a little bit more significant sometimes on those higher up funnel things. So really recommend expanding testing and your testing mindset across basically the entirety of your organization, not even just your digital aspects. So.
I get asked this all the time from teams that are maybe running a test in an environment where they don't get a lot of traffic, and my response is almost always, if you want to be really sure, the thing that you're doing has to have a pretty large impact. And that's pretty much like the rule, right? If the thing that you're changing isn't making your primary metrics move all that much, you're just not going to get a lot of signal. And so maybe that's a bit agnostic to like getting signal in other ways, but you're going to have a hard time really understanding how your customers are behaving to changes if you're making really little changes that aren't moving the needle.
Yeah, so I mean, a little bit of what I'm hearing is there is some gut versus just straight numbers and data that kind of goes into it, and I like the notion of a signal versus validated. That's really important, and something from, like, as a PM, there's definitely a lot of gut that goes into it. That's kind of, this is what we think is the best idea. Speak up. Got it, thank you. And as we're talking here, if any of you have questions, feel free. I'll kind of try and keep an eye on the audience, and we'll call on you for some of these too. I would love from you guys to hear, just from the experimentation side, can you think of any anecdotes, one, maybe two, of where the test really surprised you? I mean, we've heard some from Pete already. If you have more, feel free to share. But maybe not necessarily good, not necessarily bad, but at what point was an idea validated or invalidated where you're just like, holy crap, we didn't expect that?
So we recently ran a test, and it had all the intention. All the intention was right, but we had observed that some of the property owners, they had hero images. That's the image that you see, on the search results page. Some of them weren't as aesthetically pleasing as people would like. There was a toilet or whatever. And so we've got an ML platform, obviously, and we can figure out which images are more aesthetically pleasing than the ones that the owners chose to put as the first image. And so we ran a test to replace the images that the owners had selected with the ones that our model said are aesthetically pleasing. And that did not go well. Both from a conversion standpoint, but also from, and this is something that's particularly challenging for us, when you run an A/B test, you've got to deal with your customers as well. And so people called, they were not happy. We all thought, and this is not something that I think we're sort of completely neglecting. I think in the long run, there's real ways to do optimization there. We got to figure out how to get that right. But we all sort of thought, oh, this is gonna be a huge winner, right? The machine can pick the picture way better than humans can. So there's very interesting learnings from that one.
And so as you learned, how did you unpack that? How did you at what point were you like, okay, this didn't work?
It was pretty fast.
Okay.
So, we follow a pretty fundamental framework. We use frequentist methods, and we have this sort of no peeking rule. But when we have a tool that sort of highlights things in red and green when they look bad. When it's red and really negative, and you're getting a lot of calls, you can kind of throw some of that out the window and just make a business.
And so do you just flip it right back?
Yeah, the tool allows you to just shut it off.
And you mentioned frequentist method. I'm not familiar with that. Can you, for those?
Oh man.
Is there a high level of that?
There's probably not a high level way to explain the difference between that and a Bayesian method or some other approach to testing.
But it works.
Both work if applied correctly.
The internet has their opinions.
And I think a broad consensus is that the exact statistical methods that you use, whether Bayesian or frequentist, are sort of not the critical thing to get right in experimentation. Both methods work quite correctly.
This is actually something that we've spent a fair bit of time thinking about. One of the challenges in building a platform for running experiments is that many of our users don't have a background in statistics at all, and so you have to deal with folks who take techniques that work but apply them incorrectly one way or another. And one of the most common methods for calculating statistical significance is called the t-test. And without going above my pay grade on this, it's a technique that was designed more than 100 years ago for a world in which collecting data was much more expensive. And so it bakes in some assumptions about how you use it. And one of those is that you predetermine the size of the sample that you're going to collect, and that you don't deviate from that. And so you essentially wait until the end of the experiment and then look at the data and make a decision. And one of the challenges that we found was that in a world where most of us are used to looking at real-time analytics all the time, it's not only like challenging to not look at the experiment results, but it's totally unintuitive. This idea that you're not supposed to peek at your experiment results over time. And so we ended up adopting a slightly more modern set of techniques that make it possible to peek without compromising the integrity of your experiment results, simply because we found it was too difficult to try to educate folks over and over again about something that is so unintuitive.
Yeah, and I think that potentially has a lot of value for a company like Optimizely that's sort of dealing with lots of different companies and sort of have to apply this method kind of broadly across the board. But from a single company, it's a little bit easier to do that training and education. And at the end of the day, the statistics you apply are really dependent on the problem you're trying to solve. And so, we did some analysis and weighed the trade-offs and figured it would be better from an experimental framework to go with a more basic method. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is primarily, we're not like Amazon where you can have visitors coming and buying, things for $5. Like we're selling vacations, and in particular, vacation rentals that can typically be big budget items. And so we've got some considerations for, people aren't coming onto the site and making a decision within half an hour, right? They could spend weeks making a decision. And so some of that's baked into the methods that we use.
Did you have any surprises?
Yeah, I guess one surprise. So are you all familiar with backcountry.com? Backcountry and retailer of outdoor goods like mountain biking, hiking, all that kind of stuff. So Backcountry has this really innovative program that they call Gearheads, which is basically their customer service, but it's like customer service on steroids. Insofar as these people are like intimately aware of things like your birthday and the fact that I'm a mountain biker and that I wear this certain size, and so on certain holidays they reach out and tell me that my size is on sale in the brand that I like. I mean, it's like next level concierge kind of customer service. And it's kind of interesting because this is really their answer to beating Amazon, right? What can we do that Amazon will never be able to do, and that is win at customer service? So we have a client who decided that they might like to try this more one-to-one customer service model. And to Pete's earlier point, we developed a painted door type test, which for those of you that weren't in his talk is basically like the most minimum viable way that we can prove out this idea without actually building all the functionality and hooking up call centers and doing all that crazy stuff. So we created a simulation basically of what that one-to-one customer service model might look like, and put it on their site, ran a test on it, and pretty much no one clicked on it. Like no one expressed interest in this one-to-one, how do we help you concierge level of shopping model. And we were all shocked by that because this is a very high touch business. Their customers are super engaged, probably the most that I've ever seen. And so it's been really interesting to go through that process with them and really look at the data and unpack it as to like, is it something about our execution? Is it something, it's because we're already answering these questions for people on the site and giving them a better experience than we originally hypothesized? So there's some more work to be done there, but it was really shocking to all of us that that wasn't instantly kind of grasped onto by their customers.
And so as an organization, are they still feeling that out and kind of wanting that one-to-one relationship? To me, where I go is, giving that to the customer without them explicitly asking for it is part of the magic, maybe. Mm-hmm. So asking them to opt in is maybe not the route, but I'm curious to know how the organization thought about the results.
Yeah, so I think it was pretty mixed, actually. I think they were, on the one hand, happy that they didn't have to do all the legwork to connect all those dots, right? That would have made that a reality. But on the other hand, that's who they really see themselves as these very customer-centric, very high-touch individuals. And so I think that they were a little disappointed that maybe their customers didn't want to engage with them in the way that they originally hypothesized they would. So it's been a mixed bag.
An example I have that was a test that seemed very straightforward. It was a test we had run in similar contexts with other clients before. Was we were looking to drive additional email signups on an e-commerce site, fitness apparel, clothing, and the website had a banner on the top that said free shipping and returns that was always there, and the customer decided that they wanted to use that spot to do the email sign up, very prominent at the top of the page. But they didn't want to have two messages. So the way that we approached it was based on which page load, if it was even or odd, they either saw the free shipping message or they saw the email sign up. So we expected in our hypothesis that exposing the email form would lead to more emails, which it did. But it also drove order conversion across every visitor on their site. We had an 11% increase in orders. And the reason we figured out was that we were now drawing attention by having this movement at the top of the page as you navigated the site. There was the page changed, the design changed. There was a form field there, and then there was this message about free shipping. So it was almost as though visitors had established this kind of banner blindness to that message that was at the top, and we were able to draw attention to it in a way that was really unexpected. So the takeaway was, yes, you decide what your primary KPIs are and what you're expecting to move the needle in your hypothesis, but you definitely keep monitoring the other key performance indicators as well across the site.
That's really great. That leads me to how do you decide how much to test at any given time? Because free shipping is kind of directly attributed to revenue, whereas email is kind of like we want to retain you long term as a customer, and you wouldn't necessarily test those together all the time. Mm-hmm. So, did you stop at the banner? Was it just the banner that was tested, or was it different content across the pages?
Yeah, we continued on the theme to drive additional email sign up. It was a leading indicator for longer term benefit for them. But that was really the one where our goal was just to make sure it didn't hurt conversion, to be asking for email and asking for this personal information. And in fact, it did the opposite of what we were worried it could happen. So, but yeah, we often will arrive on a testing theme or a testing problem area where we want to try to solve it across different aspects of the site.
And then, so how do you go about as a team, involving stakeholders, deciding what to test and how big to test? For me, it's everybody uses the examples of red button versus blue button, but it's usually not that minute or that small, especially in the early stages. So how do you decide on messaging and then get stakeholder buy-in up into the point where you're pulling the trigger on the test? What does that process look like? Up into the point where you're actually using a tool like Optimizely to actually be testing.
Sure. I mean, I think for organizations that do this most effectively, there's not much difference between your testing backlog and your product backlog, right? In general, your product backlog, regardless of how you come up with it, whether it's some kind of voting or some strategy meeting or whatever it is meant to reflect what are the highest value things that we can invest our time and energy in building. And those should align in most cases with the highest value things that you can be running experiments around. Whether that's validating whether something's worth investing in at the early stages or using experiments to help tune and optimize the experience later on. So it really is a prioritization question, and it's a backlog like any other. And I think if you're trying to do this really well, it should align pretty closely with your marketing backlog or your product backlog.
Question. Can we go back to AJ? You said something really interesting about that test that you ran that just drew attention to another aspect of the site. What are some of the approaches that are being used now to filter that kind of stuff out, where just by removing or adding something you've biased the test, right? Now people notice it, and now the results are just going to be different anyway. How do you filter that out with your choice?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. So what was the concern with that test?
Well, so you can run a test, and really what you end up measuring is that now people notice a certain area, not that version A or version B was better, right? They just all of a sudden, oh, okay, well then free shipping, that sounds great. Now I'm seeing that again, right? Mm-hmm. How do you filter some of that stuff out so that the tests are actually measuring what you meant to measure, and not that people are now paying attention? Because people famously just stop reading and stop paying attention to stuff that's always been there.
Yeah, I think in that particular test, it was that we were able to draw attention to a section by that movement. And so well, we wanted to draw attention to the email, we also drew attention to that message. But if you were to test a different message, it could have a different impact on conversion, because if you're just running a promotion there, it would be different than drawing attention to a value prop like free shipping. I think you can rerun tests in different, if you have a hypothesis of what's happening in terms of like, oh, it's just that we're creating this change on the page. Let's make sure if we are not doing that change anymore, what happens? Or we can rerun the test later if we think people are building up a blindness to that change to understand if there's really something that's different now.
I've seen a few different approaches. I've heard this referred to as a novelty effect, which I think to your point is like, it's not necessarily that B is better than A, it's just that B is different. And you change anything and people are going to start looking at it again. I've seen folks use like a bake-in period where they'll start an experiment, and for the cohort that is going to be exposed to this, they'll sort of expose you for a week or whatever it is, and then start measuring your behavior. And then longer term cohort analysis afterwards can help you understand for the cohort that was exposed to B, did they actually change their behavior over a longer time period than they did in the short term? And that's one way that you can isolate the longer term impact of a change.
Well, I think I saw you with a question earlier.
It was earlier in the sense of, John, you mentioned about the tests you're running and how they weren't happy. I was curious if it was like people who were booking the vacations or the people who had like the homes.
Property owners.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't tend to get too many calls from people booking vacations, at least not
Sure.
in reflection of what the site looks like, but
Sure.
property owners have very strong opinions on, it's their,
No, yeah,
they take a lot
absolutely.
of ownership over it. And
Sure,
so
sure.
that-
So how do you manage that? Like how do you run
That's
experiments when you
Not
have
my
this?
job, no. No, but it's honestly, I deal with, I work with a lot of product managers that have these kinds of questions, like if we run this test, what's gonna be the impact on the calls that we're gonna get, right? And they have to weigh that in terms of, like, is it worth the risk? And I really liked your slide earlier about, lowering the bar on what you can test. I fear that would not work very well in certain settings like at Vrbo, where we have to take a lot of things into consideration about how the partners are going to be impacted. And it all comes down to messaging, right? If the partners ultimately want us to improve the site so that they generate, it's their business, right? And so if we can, make optimizations that make it easier for people to search and travel, and that leads to partners getting more bookings, they like that. And so it's really about that communication and figuring out how to make changes and then get partners to kind of, what we call property owners, kind of, not get mad and call. And what I mean by that's not my job, I don't know, I don't deal with how you manage, the process of the property owners calling us and having complaints.
One thing I've seen in terms of where there's a risk or a perceived risk is if you do a usability study on the change that you're doing, you can help see if it's even coming up as a potential issue among that target audience. And I see that often kind of sidestep some of those concerns. It's been validated in a qualitative sense. And then the other way you can do it is change the percentage of traffic exposed to that variable.
Yeah, that's what we do sometimes as well, in order to gauge how responsive either travelers or partners are going to be to changes we're making. We can, launch something at 5% to the new variant, and not even really measure that so much as a test, but just have it as a gauge to see how reactive people are going to be.
So this is maybe more of a hypothetical, and I'll come back to you, Paul.
Yeah,
I saw you in the back. So if that change where the machines decide the photo, if that drives revenue but upsets the owners, how do you make that trade-off internally? And is that something, in a dramatic way, like revenue goes way up because there's more bookings, but the owners are upset. Do they, initially they're upset because it's different and it's not theirs. Would you ever push that through as an organization and get them used to the new optimization?
Yeah, I haven't been there long enough to see that happen, right? To see something that the partners really didn't like, but was really, really good for conversion. And so I don't know what our ultimate approach would. I'm guessing it would come down to really having that messaging. Trying to get people to understand that. You might think this is maybe not great, but it's really good. It's actually really good.
I think there's a couple examples of changes. I guess I've been building products long enough to know that like you make any change, like you're gonna piss someone off.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's just the reality. And it's a good sign, right? It means that there are people out there that care enough about what you're doing to get pissed at you. So, that's maybe a really good signal as an early stage entrepreneur. Is like if someone gets mad, that's usually a good sign, or there's something there, right? Maybe the change was bad, but you found someone who cares a lot about what you're doing. But anyway, the example that came to mind was when Facebook launched their news feed for the first time. I think this was like 2006 or something. And regardless of what you think about their business practices, one thing that Facebook has managed to do is build a culture that very much believes in looking at the data when making decisions. And in this particular case, I remember reading about there was just a lot of noise and furor and anger about this change. People were really upset about it, but that the folks actually looking at this, the data inside Facebook, saw that usage was just off the charts. And so the conclusion they drew is that it's possible that this is a small contingent of very vocal people that are angry about this, and that we should at least let this bake a little longer and try to help manage through this change. Because the numbers that we're looking at are telling us that this is actually a hugely positive thing to do. And so I think from that sense, it requires a little bit of like intestinal fortitude from leadership to be able to stick by the numbers that you're getting and to make a decision that might be a little painful in the short term. But I don't think there's an easy answer there.
Probably would have been much harder if it was like, off the charts, performing really well.
Yeah.
And I think there's also, you can kind of take a step back and say, what else does the user need to mitigate some of these concerns that they might have? So with the Facebook feed, they added capacity, the capability to edit who you saw or turn off notifications. And I think with the customers that you have, if you gave them control to opt out of the images, you might find they may not end up doing that.
That's an interesting point, because in early stages, you don't have enough statistical significance to look at the data, and you're just listening to customers who may be really upset about something that may be in their own interest later. How do you reconcile between something like that?
Well, I definitely want to counter the point about you don't have enough statistical significance to look at the data. Like, you may not have enough data to get statistical significance, but it doesn't mean that your data is not useful. I mean, we ran a lot of like dumb experiments early on in Optimize's history. The name Optimizely. We picked 6 different names, and I'm like embarrassed to even talk about some of the other ones on that list. I think the worst was Iterate It. If you say that fast, you can recognize why that's a terrible name. But so, and the way that, we could have sat there and argued for weeks about the name and the brand for this company, but instead we bought 6 domains, and we sent AdWords traffic to each one of them, and we did not get enough data to go like, we didn't spend enough. We didn't want to spend enough money to get stat sig on this data, but it gave us a signal. And in the absence of more than that, that was an easy way to resolve a question about what to name the company, and we took a day to do something that I think many folks would take months to do, and we moved on. And I think early on, experimentation in the absence of large data sets is much more about the velocity with which you can make decisions. Even if you're not making each one correctly, it's using enough data in my mind to make decisions probably correctly and doing that very quickly.
I think the other thing to note is like when you're listening to things that customers are proactively bringing to you, it's not necessarily representative of the overall population's response to something. So there are other research techniques to make sure that you're gathering from that audience, the broader lens of the audience, to see if it's really a concern that comes up in a broader percentage of people. So you can get a signal of, is it just like the specialized group that have some behaviors that you can respond to and group together? Or is it just that they're going to be more vocal about changes in general and more resistant?
Well, and I think too, one thing that customers really like, if I can reference the brand I was talking about earlier, so they are one of the, they are the most successful Kickstarted brand ever. And something that's interesting that has evolved as a result of Kickstarter is that there's a very public forum on Kickstarter for people to leave comments. And you know what happens when you give people open license to leave comments on things. But as a result of this, some of their real champions started sort of policing the forums and responding to people. One guy they actually ended up hiring at the company who was like their advocate, right? And so I think sometimes people just also need a place to vent and feel heard. And then you do, by creating channels and places for people to do that, you find those influencers and those advocates who can naturally help talk people through that for you and do some of the work for you in bringing other people on board as to why these changes might be helpful in the future or whatever.
In the back? Do you still have a question?
Yes. Let me try to remember, because it was back when he was talking, but one of the things I was asking, or thinking about was, you guys, maybe the Facebook newsfeed was an example, and the discussion about the photos, it triggered, we do a lot of work to help developers kind of get an idea, like maybe a techie idea, like, hey, I've been thinking I can use ML to go and do image classification or object detection in this, but I don't know if it's a good idea. And so, on the one hand, you're trying to see if it's worthy of continuing that development. And you'll say, you know, for this example, in my opinion, it's like, I think that, you know, using images to detect, you know, whatever preference is exciting. Let me go put it on my website. Oops, it made people mad. But is that experimenting usage of the website versus whether or not you should continue doing, you know, computer vision on image recognition and sentiment? Like, how do you differentiate experimenting on a product idea versus, and then, you know, watching the results and saying, yeah, maybe it's not a really good idea because people don't use images to book things versus, oh no, that was a really good idea, we just put it in the wrong place. Let's go try it out and, you know, send owners a separate email to see if they're willing to change their pictures. Like, how do you differentiate the two experiments, the two types of experiments?
I mean, I think those two things can merge in a lot of ways. So you could start off with an idea to put, you know, to classify images and put the one that you think is better. And when that doesn't work, if you learn from that and you learn that this is probably something good to invest in because we got a lot of reaction, that's sort of your signal that, you know, yeah, we didn't get it right this time, but if we do get it right, it matters a lot, right?
I'd suggest that, I mean, every good experiment should start with a clear hypothesis. And every hypothesis, I feel like, can be summarized in, if we do X, Y will happen, right? And the more time you spend thinking about that, maybe the clearer you can get on what exactly Y is and how you're going to measure whether or not Y is happening. But when you run an experiment on your image classifier, or when you test, you know, using it in you know, an image picker instead of just the owner's choices, you have some hypothesis as to how that's going to impact customer behavior and your business. And when you run that experiment and it doesn't work out, what have you learned? All you've learned is like your hypothesis was wrong, right? And it could have been wrong because you implemented it the wrong way, you put it in the wrong place on the site. It could have been wrong because your classifier sucks and it's just not doing a good job. It could have been wrong because some other thing, right, that you hadn't considered. But the only signal you're getting at that point is like, you screwed up somewhere in your thinking. And so every good hypothesis and that ends up getting invalidated ought to lead to a set of additional hypotheses about like, well, okay, so we were wrong about this, but maybe we tried a different place, that will help. Or maybe we're just barking up the wrong tree and we should invest our time and energy somewhere else. And so I think the process of experimentation ought to lead you along that journey from like, well, we were wrong, what have we learned? Let's try something else.
Yeah, I notice a lot of your examples that you give, I always go, oh, that's so obvious. But as you're going through it, that's very difficult to have that aha moment. Do you have any like tips or tricks to kind of have that, like where to pivot? Because I think even in that scenario that you were given, I wouldn't have, like, just because you make people mad because those are their pictures. To me, that's it. I might pivot on that differently than he might pivot on that decision. How do you know where to go next if you know you're getting that indicator that's wrong? How do you know where to pivot?
I've never found a good way to have good ideas. But maybe the place to start is just by asking why. An experiment often will tell you what happened, but it won't explain why that happened. And so if you start your analysis process just by asking why did we get the results that we got, and you use the tools and data available to start digging into that. That's usually the best place to start forming your next hypothesis, in my experience.
I think we had a question here first.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah.
Laura, this goes back to what you were saying about your client earlier, and it's not to pick on the client, but of the broader question of, you found this really valuable, exciting data. The hypothesis took you in a different direction, but it really challenged the culture and the values and the identity of the company. And in the 25 plus years that I've driven digital transformation programs, it crops up again and again. Would you share with us some of your magical tools that you use to shift your customer's perspective to, this is not a threat, this is exciting, this is a missing piece of the pie that you can go after, and we've got it, let's dig into it.
Man, if I had the golden answer to that question. Yeah, that's a tough one, and one that I think that's the nut that has yet to be cracked. Because I hear that, and I'm sure everyone up here is kind of like nodding their heads, right? Because we hear that across the board consistently. This client in particular happens to just be like a total anomaly. They're like, challenge everything, we're wrong about everything, let's blow it up. And I think that largely comes from them being a crowd-funded, very customer-facing, reliant upon their customers literally to make their company work every day from a very, I don't even know what the word is, like a very raw and early stage standpoint. But I guess to answer your question, things that have worked, right, it's just a test. We can always roll things back. We can always move in a different direction if we need to. But at the heart of it, it goes back, I think, to what I was saying about being customer-centric and really understanding and making people understand that we are not the heroes. Our customers are the heroes, and we are their guides. How do we guide our heroes on their journey to success? And too many of us place ourselves in the hero's shoes, and that's the wrong way to look at it. And it's hard, right? When a company is your baby and it's you feel that you know everything there is to know about your industry or your product, right? It's very humbling and it's very tough to have people tell you your baby is ugly, right? You're all entrepreneurs, you know that. And so I think a lot of it is just that mindset shift and that culture shift of how do we get people to really understand that we're gonna win when we put our customers first, even if that means directly challenging some of the things that we've become accustomed to culturally or organizationally, internally.
I was just curious if any of you have strategies for trying to unpack qualified users, power users, in terms of correlation and causation. Oftentimes it's like, oh, look, these people are micro-converting, we're getting the value. It's because they were already going to buy the product anyway, or they're already going to do that service. So what are different strategies to deal with that problem space, if you have any experiences on that?
The question of trying to understand whether data is giving you a causal relationship between something or just a correlation?
Specifically when it comes to like power users or highly qualified users, like people who were going to, no matter what your experience was, buy the product anyway, right? And so trying to drive that number it's confusing, right? Because I could say that, oh, I see some correlation here, but if they were going to buy the product anyway, right, it becomes like, well, that's just correlated, it's not necessarily causation of what we're testing against. I'm really curious if you guys have ever dealt with that problem space where the numbers were going to go up anyway, you know what I mean?
Well, in theory, that's what a controlled experiment can help isolate, right? Because if you are, if you're isolating, if you're splitting your customer base into two different groups, for example, and they're similar groups, and you show one group one experience and another group another experience, this gives you a very simple way to say after the fact, well, the only difference between these two groups is that one of them saw A and the other one saw B, and therefore we've established a causal relationship between A and our success criteria, or B or the success criteria. So that's kind of the basic answer, is run an experiment. There's all sorts of ways that can go wrong, right? If the vast majority of your users are sort of power users, who are going to do this anyway, then you, in theory, shouldn't see much of a difference between those two things. And if you're trying to optimize for the group who aren't power users, then isolating the experiment just to that group, or at least the analysis after the fact to just that group, can help illuminate the relationship for the non-power users. There's also, the idea of removing outliers when you just have a few power users who skew a sample one way or another. Like the e-commerce store who every once in a while someone buys like 600 TVs from, and that skews,
Or the guy who buys the island in the summer.
So removing outliers from your data set after the fact to help, guide the analysis is another way to do that.
Well, and I think too, to add on to that, accounting, like running the test long enough that you account for things like day of week effect, which is a thing, right? Some purchases go up during certain times, right? Holidays, or major events, like things like that can all skew your data, in that sort of same outlier vein, I guess.
And that's actually a little bit more along the lines of generalizability of your experiment as opposed to like internal validity of your experiment. You can totally run an experiment just on Tuesdays and still get a causal relationship for people that come to your site on Tuesdays. Now, whether or not that actually is an accurate representation of all the visitors on your site is a different story. To the same extent, if you're concerned with power users, an experiment will randomize them equally into both groups, so you don't have to worry about that. But if all of your power users come on the weekends and you've only run an experiment over the weekend, then you might get an estimate among that group that doesn't really apply to the rest of the population.
If you have time, I'd love to go back to the question for a moment about how to convince an executive that it's a good idea to invest in experimentation. So we've had a lot of these conversations over the years, and if you really want to distill it down to something really simple, you can ask how they make decisions in an organization. And I would argue that there's really only two ways that decisions get made in most organizations. It's you're either using data to guide that decision objectively, or you're using the HIPPO, which is the highest paid person's opinion. And the benefits of erring on the side of the former rather than the latter, you can sell it in terms of like, look, you can use experiments to control risk. You can use experiments to better guide your resources. You can use experiments to optimize the experiments. Or you can kind of use the stick side, which is just like, look, if you're not doing this, your competitors are. And they're moving faster, they're making better decisions, they're making better decisions faster. And so you will be forced to do this either now or later.
Thank you for that. I think I was thinking more of like Series B, where there's some scaling has happened, and it's the middle management layer. It's not the executives, it's the people, the middle management layer.
Where they operationalize and where it slows down.
I think she means the middle management, the people who, here's your executive vice presidents, here's your associate staff people, SVP, VP, senior managing director, senior manager, technical director, layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of management. So could one factor be that we need to align all the management to the centralized goal given from the top or the bottom? Or do we need to get them in a room and duke it out for supremacy? Yeah.
The blood sport approach to management. I guess I will say, I'd love to hear from the other folks up here, but I will say that in our experience, change like that in an organization structured that big, like almost always needs to start at the top at some level. And whether that's, a small sub-team convincing the folks at the top that this is a really good idea through, a great case study, like some of the things I've talked about, or whether it's somebody at the top kind of coming in and bringing this digital transformation mindset in. If the folks at the top aren't strongly bought into this, then it's very difficult to make the change in an organization with that many layers. That's my experience.
Yeah. I find that one of the first conversations I have with a customer or potential customer is to talk about their goals and to write it down and to show it to all the people who are going to be making a decision or signing a check. Because what I often find is people have slightly different variations on a similar theme, and when you make them put pen to paper and say this is the goal that we're going to work towards this year, it creates a lot of conversation. And so I end up having a goal conversation before we even start talking about experimentation and specific ideas.
And I would say too, if we're talking about layers of middle, get to the heart of what people's fears are. Because if I'm in the middle, my fear is that you're gonna put more work on my plate. And that my job description just went from this to this, right?
What I find is it's normally the evaluation factors for annual review at middle management do not align to the goals and the outcomes of the experiment-driven culture. So it's not for lack of desire or passion or creativity or innovation, it's, this is how I fucking get paid, people, you're not listening to me, I don't get measured on this. So, you know, with all due respect to the panel, yeah, the executives have to change those evaluation factors and how people get paid, otherwise things won't change. But it really needs, I have more of a, you know, I'm a baby of the 80s, I have more of a bottom-up, you know, management style. It has to come from, you know, the power of people bottom, these little people planting these bombs and these little experiments and, oh, look what just happened. Didn't that make that a lot easier? Oh my gosh, have you tried this? You know, and setting off these little sparks, and then that, you know, it kind of gets noticed at the bottom.
Well, and maybe there are ways to that point, right? If you can't convince management to top-down change
You
the.
skip over them.
That is one way, but maybe there's a creative way even to fold like some of the wins from testing and optimization into the existing goals, right? And like, how could that contribute to your end of year metrics so that you can be like, bam, I achieved this, and testing helps, right? And it's kind of sometimes like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, but that might be your only way until those KPIs change for people, right? To sort of shoehorn them in and really help people see testing as valuable.
You know, help your career.
Yeah, and you'll learn something and take it to your next job.
I mean, to that point, you just said it'll help your career. One of the easiest case studies you can show a middle manager is, I mean, everybody's always trying to sort of prove their case of why they're valuable or why what they've done is valuable. And experimentation, in many cases, can give you a very concrete way to say, look, I just did a thing and it had this awesome impact, right? And so like offering that to them as an organizational tool of sort of discussing their contributions with the broader team is a really great way. And then linking that in some cases to a promotion or something else.
There's also something more esoteric, whatever, where business is going, and you've touched on this a couple of times, speed, competition. I think is getting to be realized that means creativity, not learning Frederick Taylor's laws of time and motion or anything like that. And when that first came up, I was thinking, you're thinking you've got a manager that's more into the time studies and all that, but which this could smack up. But if it shows you're creative, that should get you to the next job. And then something that might be the design of a car, I mean, not just the design of an IS system, web app.
Maybe time for one more, and we have food here as well.
There's a topic going around called personality traits, and it's been applied to content. I'm wondering how much of that you correlate back to your experiments in terms of the designs. Is a certain, I guess I'm assuming you're working with things like the website or whatever, but the different personalities need different approaches. And that means you've got to find their personalities. A lot of times it's kept quiet from you by Facebook, but and you then have to correlate that person with your vacation buyer. Or something like
So you're talking about like user psychology and how you touch on different types of users. And,
I think it's talking about dynamic content.
yeah, personalization.
Personalization.
Yeah. Make it
You can only personalize your content based on the amount of information you have about your customer when they make a request to your site. So.
I think that's coming up. Maybe that's where I got the idea.
I think there are two approaches that I've seen with personalization or further segmenting your customers based on those personality traits or behavior traits. Some companies are just gathering data and trying to find interesting segments that they can make experiences for. And then others, the approach we tend to take is we look at the overall sample and we say, are there any samples or segments coming out that are acting differently? And what do we need to learn about them to further improve the experience for that subsegment?
Personality trait as opposed to gender or income.
Yeah, and as a UX researcher, I would call that like your behavior. So we're looking at the things that you're doing that's different versus the demographic information or the facts that we may know about you. But where do you act differently and how do we curate the experience better for you? Where it actually returns on investment to create those segments. Because for a lot of times you can find very niche segments, but maintaining that over time and looking at the interactions between the different experiences can be really expensive to maintain.
Yeah, I'm coming from healthcare and I don't see that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in healthcare, I mean, especially in industries like that are ripe for disruption, you obviously have like the privacy concerns and HIPAA and all these things that I don't have to tell you about, right? But that is, I think, one of the challenges probably that I would imagine keeps Pete up at night in terms of like, how do you stitch all of this data and all of this information that you have about your customers from all these different tools, right, which can be super daunting and super overwhelming, into something that allows you to build a model within Optimizely of Mary who has diabetes versus John who has cancer, right? Like, it's a massive undertaking, I think, but it's
more important
headed
to the
this way.
treatment. John might take, because he's is outgoing, might take a certain approach.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm in the wrong place.
Well, so we provide tools to help folks personalize, and I see the biggest challenge in personalization is the one that you mentioned, is that for most organizations, they have a lot of data about their customers, but they're stuck in different places, and they're limited in terms of expertise in turning those into actionable things that they can make, real-time decisions on for people. And so we try to help with those problems. We don't carve out sort of personality traits as anything special. In fact, those are often really difficult to personalize on, because frankly, I still don't understand my own personality or most of the people around me. And so trying to divine that from sort of web browsing behavior is very difficult. But I do see as a broader trend, organizations that I view as particularly high functioning have invested a tremendous amount in building centralized data architecture and data infrastructure to help solve some of this crux problem of personalization, which is really a data problem. It's really collecting and understanding and making useful to the rest of your organization the data that you do have about your customers, which is very hard.
I would just add, even if you do have a good place where you have all of your data, it can be difficult to do personalization.
Yeah.
So when you're designing your control experiment, if your goal is to gather the most optimal data as possible, especially when you're targeting like certain customer segment, how do you maximize that opportunity and handle price? Like, do you implement your pricing or your target price, or do you just maximize and just gather as many data as possible? So do you understand the question?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood the question.
Yeah. When you're designing your control experiment, in the aspect of price versus the actual customers, the actual demographic, right? Do you put your target price for that product or service when you're just testing, or do you just focus on getting as many people in the demographic as possible?
So you mean maybe for like an early stage product that doesn't
Yeah.
have pricing yet?
Right.
And you're testing pricing?
Right,
Is
or
that-
you're just testing you're doing visibility testing and interest, like customer engagement interest testing,
Oh.
and then also price gauging or just interest to some point.
Like validation of
Yeah,
your pricing?
validation, yeah.
Mhm.
Do you add price, or do you, your targeted price, or do you just focus on just gathering as many data as possible?
So I have strong opinions. If we're restricting our focus for this question just to kind of, you're an early stage founder and you're building a product and you're trying to get feedback on your product, and if the question is like, should I put a price on it first, or should I maximize the appeal to people in the service of getting as much useful feedback as possible? My strong opinion on this is that if you are going to charge money for the thing that you're building, you should be charging it from moment zero, and that the most useful piece of feedback you can get from anybody is the fact that they're opening their wallet and handing you money. I've just had so many experiences talking to people and hearing like, oh, that's an awesome idea, that's great, and then it falls flat. And the ultimate test for somebody like that is like, are they willing to pay for it? And so that's the most useful signal that you can draw up front.
Yeah, it's really difficult to conclude on what people think they're going to be doing versus what action they've actually taken. So in research, I always ask what they've already been doing or what they're doing about the problem versus what they think they might be optimistically doing in the future.
Well, let's thank our panel. And we have lunch for everybody if you guys are hungry, and I believe the next session will kick off around noon.
Awesome. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, cheers. It's really good to meet
Yeah,
you.
likewise.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad that we finally got a chance to connect. Sure. Happy to chat here.
Yeah, me too.
Are you going to be here all day?
I'll run back. I'll be here for at least a little while.
How do you guys want to set up? Do you want
Last time they did
Hey, good, how are you?
I was going to ask you kind of touch on this, but how do you set up? You see people film maybe all the time when you engage with a customer and they're probably more than and they're like, oh, but if you would only, what is the evidence you find to kind of drop the ball? And obviously everything we're talking about, like we all know, it's just more like make sure we're doing it. When it comes down to what is
I guess I see failure when people don't dedicate real time to it, right? Like they just sort of instead of full effort.
It's kind of like using that testing where you use a prototype and you may not use a real thing and you're like camping. Oh, that's how
It's like one of those things that you really do is like anything have to invest a lot of time and actual rigorous process, right? If it's kind of a loose process and it's like, oh, we should maybe run this experiment and you don't have a backlog of test ideas, right? It's not prioritized. And so, what's not managed isn't measured.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation.
Quotas, but yeah, I think that's a big one.
Over time, we're going to know a lot more about
whether they're testing internally or using an external consultant. It's like you have to have someone body who's willing to manage it and spend the time on it. Right. Right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been fun, and we worked with like a lot of clients and clients that have similar values. We don't work with backcountry, unfortunately. That would be amazing. They have their own team because they're big enough. But Hydro Flask and Peak Design is the company that we're talking about. But yeah, I think that it's definitely tough. I think especially how, I guess, can I ask about your company?
Yeah, we're at 50,
okay.
And it's kind of like, we can test more, but it's kind of a program, like once the program buys into our software, we kind of just
right.
And we're not going to
you can do that targeting if you have that data in.
Right.
That's the hardest challenge.
Right.
Like, well, how do we even,
But I look at
how do
it
we
like
measure
it's
that?
culture.
How do we flag something as certain?
Right.
It's just not like, oh, well, our customer retention is like 95%.
Wow.
So we don't have to.
Right.
We can kind of, the product can kind of be crappy, and I
Right.
hate to say that it hurts me inside here.
Right.
But it kind of closes the door on a lot of things that I'm just not happy. The only issue is on the acquisition side.
Yes.
We drive more traffic on that side, get more signage, have we got like, how do we make sure
Right. Well, and I think for you, that sounds more to me like you can benefit from the personalization stuff that we're talking about. Right? Like, how do you serve dynamic content to someone who comes to your site that is searching, just like
so we do
mad math. It's,
We do video capture and time code feedback.
okay,
So you're getting the speech, you're learning language, you're learning nursing.
Okay.
But very, very different. So we're actually, that's perfect for us because when you come on and you're in nursing, you don't use machine learning.
right, exactly. So
So we
how
don't.
do you?
We're like, no, you have to do it the Go React way. That's what we do. You have to do it our way with our words.
Right.
So I think we're just kind of turning a lot of people on.
It really,
But we don't have the headspace to say, well, that's experience.
Right, and I mean, it's pretty hard too, I think, for you to do that, because you could, I imagine you're using like paid acquisition, or do you have a sales team, or what's?
Yeah, most of our leads come through conferences, but we are trying to get more out on Facebook and just
measurement is your strategy.
Okay, because it's, you know, you can tie the UTM program, know someone comes from Facebook ad A that talked about nursing, serve them the nursing content, you know, and that's gonna be huge.
It is, yeah.
gosh. There's so much to think of, like something that obvious. I'm like, that's a really good idea. Headspace, right?
Yeah, no, totally. It requires a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. Are you here in Austin?
Yeah, I'm the one who's
Oh, nice.
companies up here.
Okay. Yeah.
I would ask it there. I feel like I'm not a designer or a researcher, so to me it would matter what's easier to read.
Nice. Yeah. Well, it's great to meet you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah.
I don't use Facebook mobile app because I'm worried about being tracked.
Yeah.
So I think there's a bigger question in there. Yeah, nice to meet you. Hi, Melissa. I saw you talking. Yeah, you look familiar. Okay. Yeah.
Go Pios.
Yeah.
Just curious if it's like under out here.
Thank you. Yeah, we just rebranded and we started building the product in January.
Yeah.
So we just did a very soft launch,
so
like we'll use
basically,
it now, and then in January we'll do our bigger official launch.
So looking at like the biggest trends of what's happening.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've been doing consulting for 2 years and we just kept seeing the same issue, like really interesting things, like ideas come up or people on other teams have things and we just spend a lot of time not being able to get to those things and they kind of get lost. So we're building a way to solve that.
Crux of it, if you will. I'm me just kind of
Big company.
investing again in the program, but I work with like that nonprofit association enterprise software company in town.
Right. So when I was at Google, I worked on a team that had huge customer support, and I took it on myself to build relationships there. So there's a lot of really interesting insights, relationships that you can build with the product managers. Are in meetings all day, they don't have time for it, and so we were able to make a case, but it required a good portion of logistics and time, and they ended up keeping a running list of ideas that we had to like merge into our process. So instead of having a spreadsheet here, a spreadsheet there, bring it all together and standardize how you evaluate what's a good idea.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a SaaS product. We're able to do a running list of ideas and then get set up and decide what matters to you. So I think Pete kind of alluded to that, where what matters to different teams and different companies. It should be customized and it should just be the standard. Some companies have very high risk tolerance, others only want to work on things that impact certain areas. So we allow flexibility to set that up, and then over time, maybe your risk tolerance goes up or it goes down, and you can adjust the scoring seamlessly and have the best ideas and bubble up that way. It's quantifying the quality of the idea. And how do you decide that company? But is it really hard to do? Can we get a reasonable signal that will tell us it's the right thing or not? Our focus on mobile. So is it a mobile app? Is it something that will help our mobile customers? So it depends on the customer, but you have to think about it. Yeah, and the way I would even say is so often in any room, the best or loudest idea sort of takes off, and then everyone's on that train of that idea. But you know, if you do like a sprint week or you Yeah, okay.
Show your work.
Yeah, yeah. Are you looking for freelance opportunities right now? Okay, send me a note. We just got some opportunities both on the product side and then on the customer service. Not customer service side. Do you know how cool. I'd be happy to grab some time with you to talk about it. Thanks for coming up. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Oh, good to see you.
Remember me?
Of course. I'm gonna be there next
Well,
week.
just want to say hi.
Yeah. Oh, I booked my flights, so we're gonna be there on Wednesday.
Which Wednesday?
Not tomorrow, the day after, the week after.
The week after? You
Yeah.
told me November.
We're gonna be there through December 17th. So we're gonna be there quite a while.
Where are you going?
We're gonna be living in Buenos Aires. I'll be working and we'll be doing weekend trips.
Just to
Just to go somewhere and live somewhere differently. Yeah.
you should come to the Netherlands. It's where we eat, where we have
Yeah.
very nice and quite city.
Well, I think
So if you're on vacation, anything some relation to work
it'll be a good mix. Guillermo, is that the right name?
Palermo.
He'll be over there. No, my husband's working too. Yeah. He just quit his job, so he'll be studying machine learning. That's what he wants to work on for next year.
Machine learning.
Yeah, he's very academic, so he's glad to have a break to focus on an area he hasn't had a lot of time to work on. And then I'll be running my business there. You're in.
I live in Nevada. Nevada is about 15 minutes.
Okay,
30 minutes.
not public. Okay, it's driving distance. It's not.
That's right. Nevada is the capital of the state of Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
The province is the state here. And it's similar to Austin.
Well, let me know if anything brings you into the city. We won't have a car. Maybe we go out
You
for the
work
weekend.
hard.
We don't plan to have a car. We may have it here and there. So I'll let you know if we rent a car for the weekend or if you come to the city.
Sure. If you really, if you want to go to Nevada,
Yeah, it would be nice to.
maybe a short ride around the city and a short visit to the
Yeah, maybe I'll find like a driving or something. Yeah.
That is
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, maybe I can come out and just
And what do you plan to do?
eat a lot of food. We're gonna learn how to tango. All the stereotypes we'll find out what we like. But we're excited just to be in a city of transportation.
What kind of things do you like? Just to give you some advice.
Well, we're gonna do tango lessons.
Tango lessons.
We're not just because that's the thing to do, but we also do a lot of dancing. The styles of dance, and then I love going out to eat, coffee shops, sailing, beaches.
What kind of food?
There's nothing we don't like.
There should be something. Puerto Madero, que es otra cosa. Where are you staying? Palermo?
Yeah, it's right on the park. There's an old, I don't know if the zoo's there anymore, but the map that it's right across there. It should be nice. We're bringing our dog. How long are you coming?
Till next Friday.
So I'll be in
Yeah, so if you are next Wednesday, yeah, the one. Which day where you arrive?
next week. We'll arrive very early hours of work.
Let me know and you arrive.
Yeah, I'll reach out last week, and like, once we get settled in, I'll, I think it's works out.
You should go to some of the places too.
If you have suggestions, send them to me.
Yeah, but you need to take a plane.
Yeah, we're open to that. Yeah.
Because typical places in Argentina is outside. And by watch it, you can like skiing or mountains or
But we can't do that this time of year.
yeah, you got on. Yeah, it's still a season.
I just kind of pulled it out.
Tipo big website, Bariloche. It's like a big waterfall. And Mendoza.
My parents are coming up for 2 months around Thanksgiving. Thank you. I'll reach out with a little bit of there.
It would be great to have you like
Yeah, let's do that.
needing to talk to or working as a teammate organization around
Yeah, we can do that. All right, well, it's nice to meet you.
yeah, you made me remember my times at school.
Jamie's question in the back about how do you know and it was
I basically work like it's a medium-sized enterprise and so part of the culture team is like, you all right?
Yeah.
Presentations, yeah, I can really look well, Larry. Being up there, how we sit and talk, things like that. Anything? Yeah.
Once I'm in it, fine. I'll just traveling. That's why I'm like, I can't go right now.
You want anywhere like fun, like out of town?
Yes. I'm glad you
Yeah. So my mom actually wrote to
You need to talk about it.
I've been to Argentina, so I just really like it. But yeah. I did the cha-cha. I don't know, something else.
I don't know, but I was looking for one too.
Sure. That one on the floor. Is that yours? Not mine. We're also Dusty. Dusty O'Brien. Dusty O'Brien. Yeah, let's get some that I also accidentally ghosted at I'm a I mean,
Well, I guess not. Just me and a director of analytics. I don't know. I mean, I'm wrong with.
Yeah, and
are you also her?
yes, I am. I just didn't write it on my phone. Like, they just didn't write it down. That's what I did.
Yeah. I'm also working on like I did want to make sure that so yeah, I mean I talk. Yeah, so
the sales, I just kind of
There's a lot of caveats.
I think we're talking about like the implementation or exploring the web product. And so I just wanted to know like whether, for example, like they could dump exposures into an S3 bucket.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't really want to send 30
first-party data, but we do want the ability to be able to have a UI for people to be able to like set up an experiment in a visual way, and then have that. I'm assuming that just like creates JavaScript, and so we definitely think that that's potentially an opportunity to enable more teams to run tests.
And you're wondering if you can, like we would call it attribution data, essentially like for each visitor mapping it back to a particular experiment bucket or branch. So we do, we have an event API where you can send events, whether that's just like this user saw this variation or this user triggered this particular conversion event or whatever. It's an all event event. And we use that to power our results, which is the kind of the real-time results. And we also export it to S3.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about, and just some of the questions about the technical implementation, which in fact, someone like us would want to like take it down to just I know they get the I know what our platform would need in producing a readout.
I'm just going to optimize it, and I'm super happy that the data. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and assuming you're working with somebody, Tyler Lowry,
He's the sales contact, I forget his name, the tech sales name. As far as like interaction design,
techniques. What techniques are you
it is. Yes, but he added someone else. But yes, we're working with Greg as well.
Oh, the technical one. Yeah.
What's going to get me more married than that? Don't say the wrong thing.
Yeah. It was mostly just, and we were there to talk with people. We were there partially for their conference, but mostly to talk with them from Optimize and then also their customers that are using you as
Was it a good experience? Yeah, it was.
We got some good contacts features you guys and a couple others that were organic. Right. Keeping up there, you had optimization.
It was useful. So what is startup?
So the Andy is friends with Adam Interesting. Yeah, we're going to talk here in a minute. And our pitch is just get started with experimentation as soon as possible. Right? It's not very determined. They're going to be on the panel as well.
So otherwise you wouldn't have necessarily been part of it?
No, not at all.
It's kind of neat. I mean, is this the only place where you is, or is there like a bunch of other stuff? I think it's just a big event.
I think some of those high-level case studies are illustrative, right? Like, how many competitors are doing it, right? Or you're in it. What's their velocity on new features? We actually measure it. Good. We actually measure how fast our competitors are innovating, right? And we derive like learning velocity from that, right? So how do you learn at a company like Verbo is you run an experiment.
Yeah, they also do a lot of investing
So
startups.
how many experiments do you have to be running to learn that fast? Right? Right?
Because that was brought up.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah, selling to your organization.
In some cases,
I grew up in Houston, went to school in Austin, and then left for 11 years, and then came back 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Moved everywhere. Yeah.
I keep hearing like mixed opinions on
I was not a migrator because I was just also didn't love the Bay Area. So I lived in Central Valley, California. And it's actually newly, if you're a surfer, surfing, it's like the new place to do surfing. It's park and wave. I can't remember.
Oh, Kelly Slater.
Yeah,
I have heard of this
his surf club is formed. It's the new claim to fame.
They came here.
There's also a military base.
It's the West Coast. I guess where all the fighter jets are based. That's what my
So, oftentimes when I'm in the mountains, I'll see fighter jets that are flying around like in Yosemite or elsewhere in the Sierra. Do they all come from there and then just fly around the mountains? Is that like the most fun thing?
I don't know, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I don't know, but I mean, I was around it all the time.
I watch them flying through the mountains, and I'm like, that can't just be strictly for technical reasons. It's gotta
They
be
do, I mean, well, there's a little bit of that. Like on his last flight, but most of the time it is. They actually do use it.
It's probably expensive to fly those things, right? Yes. I think they don't just go play around.
No, they don't. Well, they only have so much fuel too. They can't really carry so much fuel up there. They fuel in the air.
No. So I went to graduate school in Colorado, and Air Force is down.
So many things to have.
It's like
Colorado Springs.
anyways, hiking in the area, and flying on jets, just like do it.
It's wild, isn't it? It's like either the air show in the city or you just happen to be hiking in the mountains. And it's like happening 5 to 6
I mean, I lived with it. Like that was, you live on base and they're always coming in. You're like, okay, that sounds really close. It is, but they do have some regulations. They can't fly.
Is it easy like it is?
Housing areas and stuff like that. Yeah, they can't.
Challenge. It doesn't have to be a challenge.
Yeah, there's some like restrictions. They can be if you're doing something wrong.
That's an interesting one.
Were you near Uray? Uray. Well, I'm thinking Grand Junction. That's right. Yeah. The other side. I spent all the time in Uray and
There's great skiing there.
yeah, there is Telluride too.
Telluride is in that area.
I really liked your answer. Thank you. Let me know if I can help. I had it right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we're at the stage now where we still have, it's just slow, right? Like, it's not like we talk. Like, start doing experimentation, we want to augment existing experimentation products, so it's a little bit harder to sell to get, like, the funds to go and, like, buy additional products. So Tejal and I are working kind of like to build a business space for, like, if we were able to have our analysts, provide ideas for experimentation and have those get kind of right now, the direction of ABCast, even a simple one, doesn't have to be stat sig. You've got to have an engineer. And again, as I mentioned, oftentimes we'll see the best target with the needle for vacation, but that's not the only thing you can do. There's lots of different parts of our product that can be optimized for different things. And so I think there's value in having the ability for people to run tests without having to rely on engineering. We just need to build up that business use case, and once that's there, I think we just start using those guys. The other thing that I was asking the engineering, the sales engineering guy was like the implementation, like how easy is it to integrate, and I think for the web product it's really simple, right? It's just kind of JavaScript on all the pages. So we have a team for experimentation. That's my team.
Yeah. Good. Well, let me help. Yeah. First party, Dan. Thank you. Are you headed out? Yeah. And my flight was delayed, but as soon as you should still come.
I can't believe they couldn't figure out it's because of the airport delay. They have 3 airports. They have 3 runways.
SFO, and they're repairing the phone. Oh, this is actually not, so that's cool. But this, I'm flying to London now, and so I'm assuming it's something.
Exactly, right.
So we had our user conference. Did you get?
AI picks better here or makes better.
I'm sorry. So many people got delayed. We got delayed in off. Like we were on the tarmac. Is that the thing that like takes you out? Everybody, assuming you would know. Yeah.
I mean.
Anyways, we were like, we had already scanned our ticket. We were between there and the car. Oh, so you didn't end up. Oh, the bridgeway. The bridgeway. There you go.
Oh, I thought you meant like, yeah,
So we were like, we were boarding the plane, and they were like, nope, just kidding, turn around. You're so lucky. For all the buzzwords.
Oh, those are some of the most.
I knew it wasn't all the tarmac, right? But yeah, so fortunately we got like sent back to the airport. It wasn't a long plane, it was like an hour and a half, but still, it's better to be like in an airport where you can like get a flight out to do way better. Because the flight is actually awesome. It's not that short, right? Like you still know, like at least me, I'm like, oh, it's halfway across the country, like it's only gonna be 6 hours. It's a 4-hour flight. So like adding another hour and a half to that, it seems to actually there's something like psychologically shitty just waiting. And especially waiting in an airplane. Yeah. Especially those flights where they're like, you know, like going to London from here is like, even the economy seems like at least somewhat spacious. When you're going anywhere,
AI can figure out anything.
it's still nice. It's still flying. It's like optimized. You can't even open it. And it's so strange that like I would so much prefer to take a 5-hour flight than a 4-hour flight plus 1 hour sitting in a plane. I don't know why this idea that you're just uncomfortable. Remember someone described like that some airport
The AI's defense, is by them being
you know, there was some delay in getting the bag. And they tried routing a longer way to get to the. So there's some of these presentations coming to the objective wait time is the same in both. It's like a 10-minute delay. But some, you know, for others, they just sort of stand there and waited for the bag. They sort of took a long winding route to get there. And the group that took the long winding route was a much better experience. It's the same when you're driving, right? Like, I'd rather take the long way home and have it take a little bit longer than get stuck in traffic and just wait it out, right? Like, if I can be continuously moving, it's something so important.
That's what they're looking for. Facebook, the guys said, oh, no, man, that's bad stuff. Worse than that. I think they but also
I'm interested in those sessions actually. Yes, maybe I should stick around a little bit more.
well, there's that. Actually, what I did.
Like, I'm just, it's that like, getting started thing. I need to get started. You know, like,
It helps people actually like look at the people that I'm going to talk to. It looks like they're going to yell at you. Here for cybersecurity.
All right, folks, we're going to get started with our next speakers. All right. Great. Did everybody get lunch that wanted it?
I'll get it to you.
We're gonna kick off with the next speakers. We've got a great group from Verbo. We have John Meakin, Dusty O'Brien, and Siobhan Birch.
Howdy, y'all.
All right, well, welcome. Here are our names and our pictures.
It's intentional that we're in the seats.
Yeah.
Where we hang out on vacation.
Yeah. This is a real property. Almost all of our slides in our all of the properties in our slides are real properties. I'll get that out.
That are on Verbo. Yeah.
On Verbo. So hi, I'm Siobhan Birch. I'm a senior software engineer at Verbo on the experimentation platform team. My role mostly focuses on putting the best practices into our experimentation platform tools.
I'm John Meakin. I'm an A/B testing statistician at Verbo, and I work closely with this team. And I also work with our product managers and our analysts to drive A/B testing best practices.
Cool, and I'm Dusty. I'm this crazy guy on the top of the slide, and I actually was brought on to build our experimentation platform team about 3 years ago. Had a lot of experimentation in my background, and so it's a really interesting space where you can see experimentation get scaled up, and that's what we're here to talk to you guys about today. So what do we want you to take away from this? I know you guys are busy, and so when we sat down, we were kind of thinking about who might be in this audience, and you know, we're thinking about the person who's starting a company, right? No matter what level you're at, it's super important to be data driven, and we're going to talk about customer centricity here in a little bit. But data gives you a signal, right? It lets you see an overall picture that you can use to drive into your everyday practices. Doing statistics right, you know, statistics are sort of a differentiator. You may not always be able to do statistics and get statistical significance and that kind of thing, but you can get a signal and a direction in almost every case, and you can see how close you are to being significant or not. And you can, if you do statistics right, then they can be a differentiator, right? And when you do have those signals that you've designed to be significant and they are significant, then you can get like solid scientific conclusions. So, of course, use the scientific method. If you do that, right, you actually control your false positive rate, and you actually have true learnings, right? And that's what's differentiated about A/B testing versus something like pre-post testing. And we'll get into an answer for Jamie's question around, you know, how do you know if you want to keep testing down a theme or not? And the idea is to design your data, right? Understand the picture that you're trying to measure, and we'll talk more about that. But you know, I think we heard earlier from Pete that, you know, losing an A/B test isn't always bad, right? When you lose, you actually learn something about your customers. And I think that's, in a startup environment, what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to find that sweet spot. And so we hope that all of this is going to encourage you as, you know, people in early stage startups and stuff like that to get started on A/B testing as soon as possible. And all of these takeaways really come from, you know, our last 3 years of experience building this experimentation platform team. You know, experimentation is really has become ingrained in the culture at Verbo. And almost everything that Pete was talking about has integrated itself into our culture, from things like product reviews and so forth. And these are the things that once you've got that experimentation culture going, that you start to learn.
So before we get started, just give you a little very brief background on our company. So our mission is really just to connect travelers to the people and places that they love. So a little bit about our history. In 1995, Vrbo introduced a new way for people to travel together. And before Vrbo, property owners had homes that they wanted to rent. Thank you. But most homeowners didn't know how to get them to travelers. And since we've made a lot of progress, we now have 2 million online bookable listings, and none of them are shared spaces, which provides people the opportunity to share the spaces with the people they love. Sorry. In 2006, just to give you a sense of how we fit in with HomeAway, in 2006, HomeAway purchased Vrbo, and in 2015, we joined the Expedia Group family, so we're part of Expedia Group, and Vrbo is now just our primary brand. And so to give you a sense of where optimization has led us, this is what our homepage looked like 10 years ago, and this is what it looks like today. And of course, this is just one of many examples of optimization, of ways in which we've used optimization to change our site, and specifically by listening to our customers.
Can you go back again?
Yeah.
You like that? All right, so who are our customers? Well, Vrbo is really attracting people, travelers that are looking for unique accommodations. They're not looking for the cookie cutter hotel. They're looking for something a little bit different. As a mom of two, I can attest that I was a Vrbo customer before I was a Vrbo employee. It's the only way I travel with my kids now. It's not only about the spaces and the uniqueness, but it's also about the communal space that you get out of a vacation rental, as well as making sure the kids have their own room, which is very important. Makes creating memories, just that much better when you can have that space as well as they can have that space to sleep. But that's not all of our customers. We also travel, groups of friends are also a big segment of travelers that come to Vrbo. And for them, it's more than just the communal space. It's more of an economical decision. They go to an area that they want to see and to do experiences in the area. So they're looking for an economical way to travel to those places. And what is the culture at Vrbo like with all of this being our customer base? Well, you can guess it. We love vacations. We travel as much as our customers do, and we love to use it. And this really is what helps us drive towards understanding our customer just a little bit better. We use our product, and I think that really helps us figure out new features as well. Oh, started it.
Let's see if I can figure out how to get this video to play.
It should just click. Sean, you don't have to do that.
What?
It should just click.
Click will play. There you go.
Yeah.
I guess it's not the right button.
Did you press the side?
Stop clicking. Experiment.
Technical difficulty.
All right, here we go. So this is a video of the Vrbo traveler experience, and I'm going to use it to kind of tie into what I talk about later. But here you can see a traveler, searching in Lake Austin for a property with multiple guests. And this page here is called our search results page. You can see search results, you can see a map, you can see pins on the map, you can see filters, right? And ultimately our goal here is to get someone to select a property and go get some details on that property on their way to booking. So you might do that by using the map, you might do that by using the description, the pricing, right? But eventually you'll get to a property details page, and you can look at reviews, you can look at property info. And hopefully, right, hopefully we found the right property for you and you actually want to book. So this is the traveler experience, and one of the places that we really optimize. We have, over the course of the last 10 years, gotten a really good understanding of exactly what this funnel is, from the home page to the search page to the property details page to the booking page, and through frictionless checkout. We've drilled down into details on how this dated search widget works, and we'll go into some of that in a while. But really this is a process of, regardless of whether this is an online website or some offline process, right? understanding this business process, understanding the sales cycle, understanding our customers, and how we make changes and how those changes ultimately impact whether or not we hook people up with vacations. So at Vrbo, we as a company have some values and culture. And this helps to drive adoption internally of experimentation mindset. First one is scientific mindset. And so, we're very data driven as an organization, and it feeds into, how do we use that data to measure an outcome? Openness is one of our values, right? We want to assume positive intent from everyone. And so, part of being a data-driven culture is believing that data and believing people when they're speaking to you from a position of data or just even honesty. We try to act as one team. As you guys saw, or I think it's in a future slide, John's going to show you where, HomeAway was acquired Vrbo, and Vrbo was, and HomeAway were acquired by Expedia, and Expedia's acquired a bunch of people. We try to work across all of those boundaries, and I think that's important, for a company that's kind of grown in this manner. Participation and mastery, right? We want everyone to be involved in what we're doing and to learn how to take it to their next level. And all of that really builds a culture of trust. But to boil those principles down into this presentation, right? I think we're interested in sharing with you, try to be more data-driven. W. Edwards Deming, right? He says, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. Our CEO, John Kim, right, really encourages customer centricity, and I think that's, big under the startup mindset where, we're trying to create those human connections. And I think everybody today has a Jeff Bezos quote where, ours is, if you double the number of experiments you do per year, you're doubling your inventiveness. Well, we have this concept internally on the experimentation platform team called your learning velocity, right? How fast are you learning things? And you can learn things faster the more that you can see. The other thing about this is I think Vrbo, and one of the reasons I joined a while back was because it has a very unique culture. At a lot of companies that I've been at in the past, especially bigger ones, they've got like a QA team the same size as the dev team. And if you're paying for that, right, you're kind of getting like this level of throughput. At Vrbo, we focus so much on data and having automated ways to collect that data that we don't have a huge QA team running around, right? And to some degree, that allows us to hire more developers and to move faster on the problems that we want to. And so as a startup, right, I would think about like how can we utilize a data-driven culture to actually increase my velocity on the ground, right, by hiring more people that are doing.
So probably don't need to tell most of the people in the room what experimentation is, but it is a motivating example for some of the stuff that we have in the rest of the slides. So what is experimentation? In this example, suppose we're interested in understanding whether or not the hero image, the background image that you see in each of these photos, whether that has an impact on inspiring people to do a search. What we can do fundamentally is randomly assign half of our visitors to see the hero image on the left and randomly assign the other half of our visitors to see the hero image on the right. And then later we can measure the rate at which the different groups are clicking on the search button. If that's the metric that we're most interested in, we can apply some statistical models on top of that, and then based on that learn whether or not it actually matters whether or not the hero image is different in terms of inspiring people to search. Yeah, sure.
How often do you do this? Because if you do this in the summertime,
yeah, so I'll point out that this is a hypothetical example. It turns out that if you search in the United States, that is the current hero image, but the testing that we do around this is actually quite localized and we're not just testing somebody picked that image versus somebody picked that image. There's machine learning models that sort of optimize that, and so it's a simple example for the rest of the presentation. Yeah?
If this is taking you off track,
I'll let you know.
Jamie and I were talking over the break about her husband's AI startup. when are we going to be at the point where instead of a human saying, let's swap out a picture and see if it makes a difference, when is the system going to be able to monitor and watch and predict for changes in behavior of our users so that, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, you know, I think that you know, I've been doing computer software professionally for like 25 years, right? And computers are still at the stage where you have to ask it for the result that you want, right? There's not like an automated learning algorithm yet. And so yeah, you can have a computer throw different variants at the wall and see if they stick. But what we find is those aren't the real conversion winners.
Well, I'm not talking about throwing things at the wall. I'm talking about the front end. We have a lot of ML and AI firms here in Austin. The ML firms that I've talked to, spoken with, they can train and
right, and so
write the algorithms to do these things.
Yeah, and so I think that falls into the category of like what you're asking it to do. And so yeah, we've got some amazing AI, right? Like John's example earlier about, you know, hero image. Could a machine look at all of the properties, right, and understand which properties, for this property, this image leads to people clicking the book button the most, right? And so what other properties are like that property, and can we apply that logic, right? And you know, there's all of the questions of like, is that a good experiment to run? Is that a good experience for our partners, right? But if you ask the computer to calculate, you know, which image on this particular property gets people to click the book now button immediately after it the most, the computer can answer that and it can generalize that, right? So I think we're at the stage where product managers have to come up with that intelligent question and that intelligent, like, hey, can the computer just figure out properties like this one and which kinds of hero images convert better, right? I don't think we're at like the stage of generalized intelligence yet.
I think curiosity is still a human trait. You know, it's not going to be something, at least I feel like it's not going to be something that's going to be replaced by a human, or by a computer, right? Having that curiosity is something that we do innately.
We can maybe take it offline. We do have a multi-armed bandit framework that sort of allows for that. Sort of a deeper dive. So yeah, this is, I think I said all I had to say. We're going to sort of follow this example throughout the deck.
Sweet. So, you know, along the lines of like ethical experimentation, why are we experimenting, right? We're experimenting to help people travel. And when we just step back as an organization, you know, everything, all of our metrics are aligned around helping people travel to reduce that friction. And there's also metrics on the partner side, right, around helping partners to take this, you know, on an individual level to take you know, a property that might be unused part of the year and help them make money from it, right? And be in a mutually beneficial situation. So we always want to experiment in ways that help. And this is really driven around that customer-centric value, right? We want travel to strengthen these human connections. It's really interesting that we find that the best experiments usually are not the simple color and image changes, right? The best experiments are the ones that actually improve this travel experience. So can we find better properties for travelers when they're searching? Can we show travelers more relevant information about the properties, right? Reviews are big. But what kinds of reviews are big? You know, what kinds of reviews are helpful? You see in Amazon, you know, 39 people found this review to be very helpful. Can we better match travelers and partners, right? Vrbo provides a marketplace where, you know, you list your house and you set some house rules and then travelers try to find places to stay. Well, you know, what if there's a traveler who wants a quiet family vacation, right? Or what if there's a traveler who wants to throw an event or a party, right? You might match those differently with different partners that have similar interests. We can streamline the payment process. I think everyone knows that one. And we can also like improve just technical page performance, right? Does it take 2 seconds to load the page or does it take 10 seconds? And we can see direct correlations on conversion. So this section is all about being data driven and like how do you do experimentation. And you know, I was talking earlier with Bill about how you actually sell experimentation into your company. And personally, I'm a lead by example kind of a guy, right? Like we've built this experimentation platform team in Vrbo. You know, across Expedia, not every single team uses our stuff, but we want to have stuff that's so awesome that people want to come and use it. And so what I'm here to teach you guys is that it's actually not that hard, right? And this is something that you can do today. So I'm going to show you some code. I hope there's at least a couple of people in here that might be interested, but I'll go quickly, right? Experimentation is about showing a user something different. So we're going to bucket, you know, user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for my experiment. And if this variant says that they're in the control, then we show the old background image. Otherwise, we show the new background image. And what's this magic function, bucket user for experiment? It's just like a random function, right? Taking these two parameters, it gives you a random number with a 50-50 split between 0 and 1, right? It takes somebody about a half an hour to write. Boom, now you have experimentation. You probably want to measure what your experimentation is actually doing. So in addition to that old code, we have this new line of code to log an exposure. And exposure just expresses that this user had an exposure to an experiment named this. You know, this was the variant or the bucket they saw at this time. That's it, right? And you can even log this to your standard out.log, right? This is like, this function will take like 5 minutes to write. And now you can see what A/B test people have seen.
A quick question. When you're logging in these variables, do you do it on your actual production environment when you're doing the testing, or do you have a different platform for the experiment?
You can get all sorts of levels of complicated about logging your exposure, right? You can queue it up and log it to different systems so it doesn't slow down production and make it ultra fault tolerant, right? What I'm talking about right here is just log it to your access log, right? System.out.println, that thing, right? Just to make it simple, right? I hope most people here are startup people, right? You don't need to be super complicated about this stuff. You can get complicated later, right? Because what you're trying to get here is you're trying to get a signal, right? You're trying to see like which way all this lots of or this little traffic is going in response to changes that you make. So we also want to log what that user did afterwards. And this is super simple as well. So if the user clicked that search button, we want to do the search, right? But we also want to log that this user did a search. So again, we send it to standard out log, user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 did a search at this time, right? No big deal. So then what? Well, experimentation is all about seeing on an individual level, right? This person saw the test, and then did they do something different or not? Conversion can be any goal, right? There's micro conversion, there's macro conversion, there's micro conversion. Doesn't matter. What's the goal, right? In this case, we want to see if they did a search, right? You might want to see if they did a booking later. Doesn't really matter, right? We're just going to log whether or not they did that goal. And so you can start to think about like, well, what goals does my application have? You know, how do I move people down my funnel? What if this is a business process where it's not even like a web application? You know, how do I move people down a sales process? Right? You just break it down into goals and you see the paths that people are taking. Okay, so the other thing that's important about this slide is that you want to find people that met the goal after seeing your test. If they didn't see your A/B test, then you know your A/B test shouldn't get credit for that. So then we're going to just search those logs and aggregate the data in the logs. And I did it here in Google Drive, right, where I counted the users that were exposed to the test, right? We had that in the log, what variant they were exposed to, what time they got exposed at, whether or not they did a search, you know, and what time they searched at, so that we can calculate, did they search, was this time after this exposure, right? Because that's causality right there. And so we had user 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? They were exposed, and they did a search, and they searched after they were exposed, so that's good. And then I threw in a couple of just, you know, extra users for the example. User 1 here got exposed, but never searched. User 2, they got exposed, but they searched before they got exposed, so they also don't count. So if you add all this up, right, we had one user exposed and one user searching after being exposed, and we had, for variant 0, we had 2 users exposed and neither of them searched. So what's the conversion rate for that? Well, you know, for variant 0, no people did it after they were exposed. That was a 0%, you know, search micro conversion. Variant 1, you know, my example user was the only one that was exposed and converted. So that was a 100% conversion. It's kind of a toy example, right? But you could imagine writing an experimentation system like this within a day.
What's that?
Okay, refresh the passcode. Did it refresh, just refresh the passcode?
It's not asking for one.
How do we make it go?
Do you guys normally keep this data like in spreadsheet form, or are there like a okay?
Yeah,
I figured this was simplified.
we've got all sorts of like Hadoop or Kafka and streaming and like, but I'm just trying to illustrate that it's actually simple. And if you only have, you know, a few thousand hits a day or less, right? You can do it with grep. You don't have to get very complicated about it. But later, when you try to scale to 1,000 experiments running at the same time or something like that, you probably want to scale it up. And there's all sorts of avenues for that. So I'd be glad to talk about any of that after.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep asking questions.
Are we back?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, we're back.
Oh.
Cool. Any other questions?
Somebody pick this up.
Do you have a particular day, like when do you guys normally do this run? Do you have like, okay, maybe on Monday you have this type of user profile, so let's plug in this run?
Yeah, so experiments can start at any time at all. It's basically up to the product manager. We actually do encourage that experiments run for even integer value weeks, meaning if you start a test on a Monday, it's strongly encouraged that you stop a test on a Monday. And that just depends on the experiment that you're running. Some tests like email capture or something like that, maybe it's not as important, but for tests that are focused on travel or conversion, we strongly encourage having tests have representation of even weeks.
Right, because you can, if you look at our data in a really fine-grained way, you can see a daily cycle of conversion rates. You can see a weekly cycle of conversion rates, and you can see seasonal conversion rate differences. So you should run at least your test at least a week, probably more, right? You should probably run it an integer number of weeks so that you don't like get part of one business cycle, something like that. So what? So okay, you did this process, and now you can roll out winners and roll back losers. So our product managers use the experimentation platform, and winners get promoted to the core product. There's a process called making it core, right? And losers get reworked or withdrawn. Basically, there is no other way to get a material change to production at Vrbo. And so this has just become part of our core process.
How many winners do you, at what frequency? Like,
It varies so substantially because we're such a big order and we run so many different types of tests. So we categorize tests in terms of being sort of end of funnel conversion oriented as well as sort of engagement oriented. It's much easier to get an engagement oriented win than it is to actually move the needle on our end of funnel conversion metric. So it's a kind of complicated question. And it's sort of meaningless in some way to answer in aggregate. And I think it's actually an important thing to consider from a startup perspective as well. You probably shouldn't be comparing yourselves based on test wins, right? Startups are going to have a lot more low-hanging fruit, a lot more ability to get test wins. It also is super dependent on like the industry that you're in. it's really difficult to make a small change and get somebody to book a family vacation and maybe the only trip they take all year, right? It's probably not that hard to make small changes and get somebody to buy a $5 widget on Amazon, right? So like when you're thinking about how, like when you ask the question like what's your win percentage, I can tell you I honestly don't even know. We don't track it all that closely because it's just so dependent. It's not really a meaningful thing to compare outside of just for our own purposes over time. And even then, sort of the more you optimize, the harder it is to find wins.
Right, like if you made your win rate 100%, that'd probably be representative of something bad is going on, right? Like you're actually fooling yourself.
I think we track more of the amount of experiments that are run, not necessarily the amount of what the outcomes
and the
were.
quality of the experiments.
Yeah, as a proxy again for learning velocity.
Yeah.
Let's see, I was gonna say one other thing about this. I guess I forgot. Okay, so.
Oh my gosh.
Jasmine. How do we?
You kill it, it would just kill AirPlay.
Yeah, I guess at some point in the presentation, are you gonna reference like how you measure quality of like
I
guess
think,
of
yeah,
experimentation?
John will definitely talk about some of that.
Sure.
And then I'll also talk about how you measure your data quality.
Okay.
Right, because you can't optimize what you don't measure.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll preview. I'm not going to go deep into the weeds on how we measure experimentation quality. It's quite difficult, but we really index around people running experiments that are designed well, right?
Sure. Like in terms of scientific method?
Scientific method, having solid hypotheses. And
sure. Makes sense.
Sorry, everyone.
So with AirPlay. All right. Are you up next?
I think Siobhan.
I am.
Siobhan's going to talk about doing statistics right.
Where's the button? Okay.
Here you go.
All right. So we talked about it earlier. You have to do stats right. It's really easy to do stats wrong. Let's kind of walk you through an example where you might see this. So let's take the previous example, but let's increase the amount of people that were exposed and converted on this. So for variant 0 or control, let's say out of the 5,000 travelers that came that were exposed to our experiment, 4,000 were actually converted. And let's say for variant 0, there were 5,001 exposed. And don't worry about that extra one. But 4,050 were converted from that. So let's do the math. It's really easy. 80% is your conversion rate for control, and 81% is your conversion rate for variant 1. Well, variant 1 wins, right?
Not so fast. So in actuality, right, we really don't have enough data from this experiment to definitively tell. And the reason for that is actually fairly simple. From a statistical standpoint, with 10,000 observations, it's just not all that unlikely to observe differences of 1% plus or minus, even if the true difference is 0. And so this red area represents the probability of observing a value below 1, or the probability of observing a value above 1%, even if the true difference is 0. And so confidence intervals are a differentiator. If you're saying, your test improved conversion by 1%, that's not enough information to make a meaningful business decision. It doesn't tell you anything about the precision with which you made that measurement. If you're a small company and you go out and you aren't able to collect a lot of data, you might come out of this with a conclusion like our test improved conversion by 1% plus or minus 8%. At least there, you have an understanding of the amount of certainty around that estimate, and with that, you can decide whether or not you're willing to take the risk or not based on the level of uncertainty. If you're able to collect even more data, you might be able to say something like your test improved conversion by 1% plus or minus 0.01. Now that's a much more precise estimate, and what you would do with that information is much different than what you would do with the 2 points above. And the third one is sort of a tangent, and I'm happy to get into it on Q&A at the end about applying statistical adjustments based on whether or not you're measuring a lot of different things.
Can I add something?
Yeah, for sure.
So you know, we talked earlier about, well, you know, what if you can reach stat sig or you can't reach stat sig? One of the things that you can do about that is you sort of make bigger swings, right? You can work on bigger features. So I was giving some examples earlier where it wasn't about like changing the red and blue button, right? Changing the red and blue button is probably going to give you a lot of uncertainty here because it's not likely to have a very big effect on a metric, right? But if I fundamentally change the search experience and now we can magically match the perfect traveler to the perfect partner, right? That could have a very big impact and a big signal that's very easy to detect in a statistically significant way. So even if you have the same amount of low traffic, right? The bigger swings, the bigger enhancements that you make that can move that needle more can still become statistically significant. And so as a startup, right, you're trying to look for those pivots, right? You're trying to understand if those pivots were successful. You're making big changes all the time, right? So you don't need a ton of traffic, right, in order to get significant numbers if you do it right.
So if you did have a lot of traffic though, or if you ran your experiment for a little longer, you can see that sample size matters a lot. So this is what the graph looked like if we collected 10,000 data points. But if the story was if the numerators and denominators just scaled linearly, meaning we still observed a 1% difference, but had collected 30,000 samples, then you could see that in this scenario, if the true difference were 0, it would be really, really unlikely that we would have collected a sample where the observed difference is 1%.
And I think what that translates to from a business perspective is if you can run it longer, right? But obviously there's a business trade-off between how long you want to run something, right, and how fast you need to pivot and make a business decision.
Yeah, and how certain you want to be about the estimate that you're coming up with. And so this part is really critical. No matter what, you should be deciding this 30,000 ahead of time. Right, you should be going into your experiment at least with some understanding of how much data you're going to need to collect and the things that you really need to know in order to calculate that number outside of using an online tool, and they're widely available, is one, how precise do you want to be about your measurement? If you're happy being fairly imprecise, or you're happy only rolling features that have really big magnitude wins, then you may not need to collect as much data. And the other thing that you really need to know beforehand is how many questions you're going to ask of the data, right? And so we're often talking about moving one metric, but oftentimes we're interested in a lot of different metrics, or potentially slicing one metric a lot of different ways, like by device or by region. And so if you're going into an experiment with the expectation that you're going to want to draw conclusions based on site or region or different segments of the data, you need to plan for that up front, because otherwise you're not going to be able to draw conclusions if you hadn't done so. And in addition, and I have an appendix slide for this if we have time, if you're not doing this, and if your rule is to just launch your experiment and continually watch it until you reach stat sig, which is a term I hear a lot from product managers that haven't sort of been familiar with A/B testing, you can do a lot of harm to your business in the form of rolling out features that are actually meaningless or harmful.
Okay. So, quick story. Before I came to Vrbo, I didn't know sites were doing these things to us. I didn't know experimentation was happening, and that's probably just me in my own little bubble of being a mom. It's not something I looked for. I did notice sometimes Facebook would change things, and then they would change it back. But that's about it. But we all know what the scientific method is. Through grade school, we knew that Sir Francis Bacon was the one who was credited to the scientific method. He's the one that told us we need to ask questions, form a hypothesis, run the tests with randomization, and then come out with some conclusion in the end. It's helped us with grade school, and it's also helped us, all the way to SpaceX, right? SpaceX rocket. It's what has made our technological advances over time, gone quicker and quicker. Because we experiment and we push the boundaries of what we know, and we ask those questions.
So, a little more formally, I'm going to walk through the scientific process, both from a business perspective, but also with a lens on how we do things at Vrbo. So fundamentally, and Siobhan mentioned this already, it's kind of simple. You're asking a question and doing research initially. That leads you to a hypothesis that you then test with an experiment, and you look at data and you communicate the results. And so how does that look at Vrbo and for businesses in general? So in the initial phases, asking a question and doing background research, that's driven by data and driven by analytics, right? So our analysts collect data in the forms of clickstream data and surveys and focus groups and market research, and they work with product teams and engineering leads, and everyone comes together and creates a hypothesis. And once you've come up with a hypothesis, based on all the data that you've collected, you're ready to run an A/B test. And so the first thing that you want to do when you run an A/B test, whether you're a large or a startup, is to check whether or not it's working. And Dusty presented earlier on things like logging exposure and logging events. Those are typically the things that break in terms of, is the procedure working? And those are things that immediately after you launch a test, you're going to be able to detect. Statistics is sort of impractical at this point. Are you logging exposures? Yes or no, you can learn that very quickly. Are your bucket splits even, right? If you wanted to run a 50-50 A/B test, you can know pretty quickly, even with low traffic, whether or not that's happening correctly. And are you able to track the conversion events that you're interested in, join those up with your exposures? If no, go back to the code, fix it, and redeploy. And if the procedure is working, then you wait, and if you've specified how much data you want, you wait until you collect that amount of data. And here's where it becomes extremely important to make a distinction between the results that you're collecting. There's data that's from the hypothesis, and there's data that's all the other stuff. And if you're not making a distinction between those two, you can have pretty serious consequences. And on the next slide, I'll explain why a hypothesis is so important. But both data points are valuable. Data from the hypothesis is what you use to make the business decision. Do I roll it out? Do I roll it back? All the other stuff is also very valuable, but not if it's used to make that decision. It's valuable if it's used to turn back into experimental data that you use to construct a new hypothesis. And so why is a hypothesis so important? Well, a hypothesis is very important because if you don't have a hypothesis, data that you collect after the fact can be supported by many, in fact, an infinite number of hypotheses. So if you go out and collect data like this, there's lots of other ones like this. If you go to this website, it's actually pretty funny. You can generate data that says total revenue generated by arcades correlates with computer science doctorates awarded, right? And after the fact, it's actually not that hard to think of a hypothesis that fits this framework. Computer science doctorates are probably kind of nerdy. Maybe they play a lot of arcades. And so this correlation starts to make sense, right? And that's a huge problem, right? It's a problem because no background research would generate a hypothesis like that. And so if you're collecting data first and generating a hypothesis later, you're going to be drawing a lot of hypotheses that look like this and are going to be totally wrong.
Thus. Cool. So okay, designing your data, right? We want to be data-driven, we want to be customer-centric, but what data should you actually have? I would argue for all the data. But so here's a thought experiment, and this was an actual A/B test that we ran. So what if this was like, I'm a product manager and this is my best freaking idea ever, right? I came up with this thing looking at all the data. I'm sure it's going to win, right? I'm sure, like, if you look back at our previous map, we didn't have prices on those map pins. So what if we could just put prices on the map view and help people quickly narrow down where to stay, right? That's going to decrease friction for the traveler. It's going to increase people booking vacations. And then you see like that vacations booked by people who saw this treatment actually went down. What the heck, right? Like, what? Why? So, there's some possible issues here. And this kind of informs what you should measure, right? Like, did people decrease the number of map moves, right? Did they stop interacting with the map? Yeah.
I noticed earlier, it maybe was in the conversation or another one, that you are heavy on user experience. That is something that you value and that drives you. And all of these issues are quantitative. I don't see any that are tied to things like, when I decide about a vacation, I don't care about price. I want the most fun place with the most party people.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, so I'm here from the experimentation team. We have a whole human-computer interaction labs, and I agree with Pete's feedback earlier that can be some quick wins that can like avert whole areas of testing.
Yeah, one quick bit. So typically what happens is those things happen, at least at a large org, before we run an experiment, right? So these aren't things that we're using to debug why an experiment went wrong. It's much better to do that with actual user behavior at scale. We typically use those I think we call them cog labs, right? We have a whole lab where we can watch people working with our product, giving feedback. We use that as a component of the observation piece of the scientific process, where that's where you're generating hypotheses.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, right, we do want to measure everything, right? And so we believe that those user interaction deficits can be measured, right? That people won't click through. And that's actually a fundamental point that I'm trying to make here. Because like, if people didn't make it to booking, right, well, and map interactions decreased, well, why is that? You know, is it because that adding prices to the map took too long to load? And so now the map is really sluggish, right? That's a user interaction effect that we think that we can actually measure. But one of my points in a future slide that I'll allude to right now is don't just measure your booking conversion. Measure everything that sort of illustrates the paths that people are taking, right? And so you can measure if it's taking too long to load the map. You can measure if map interactions are going up or down. And we have some other potential metrics on here, right? Did users continue on to the property detail page? Did users in the variant just see more system errors? You know?
Can I push back?
Okay.
Is there a way to reframe my user from a quantitative standpoint? For example, she is distracted by the prices, so the prices actually decrease her ability to make a decision.
So +1, yeah. I think I kind of have an analytical mindset, so these are my words on the slide. But yes.
So quickly though, we have, again, analytical. I'm also analytical, but I work with enough product managers to kind of learn some of the things that they do that are not dig into the data when the experiment doesn't go their way. We have tools that allow us to actually, for a sample of our users, like watch their sort of interactions on the screen. There's lots of publicly available. You pay for those, but there's third-party tools that allow you to do that, which is kind of, I think, close to what you're asking. We do eye tracking, but that's again not on the. We can't do that for like experiments at scale. That's in the lab.
I'll come see you.
Yeah.
I think in general, it's like you're asking the questions that like when something doesn't go the way that you thought it would, these are the questions that you then ask yourself and then try to find the data that would like help you understand it.
Actually, I'm proposing that there should be additional, I'll come see you after.
All right.
I don't want to derail.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. Like, again, I think that we should try to measure all the things. And if some of those things are soft things that aren't measured in you know, a code way, that's great, right? If we're measuring people in the lab, you know, if we're measuring them through surveys, if we're, you know, talking with them.
If you could measure it in code, if you just like map with price, map without price. I mean, that's not specific, it's not
that's control of variance
enough, but
yeah, and that's what I'm suggesting is measure all the
down
things.
from, okay, the people that picked it and the people that didn't, the people that didn't, segment those out.
Yeah.
That would have been like a hypothesis for me that would be my
Yeah.
measure.
It'd be great to have you on our team and to coming up with those ideas. So and that's I think what we want to encourage, right? With an experimentation platform and you know with all of these other platforms that surround it is being able to measure any idea, So what if I told you, right, that conversion can go down because of both bugs and bad ideas, right? Maybe it wasn't just a bad idea to show prices on the map. Maybe, you know, maybe the pricing service was failing and giving errors, and so it led to a bad user experience, or you know, maybe the performance sucked, or you know, maybe the interaction just broke because of some bug, right? That would still cause your metrics down that funnel, later in that funnel, to go down, because people just couldn't reach it. And what if I told you you can only measure what you instrument? So if you're only measuring, you know, whether or not people made a booking, you can't really understand that some interaction was broken and caused them a problem in getting to booking. You're like, oh, well, maybe it was just a bad idea because you didn't have that additional signal to tell you what was wrong. And so what if I told you that designing what you measure in a Vrbo kind of a world is as important as a QA team? It's the thing to QA, your analytics, right? Those are the things that you want to design and QA. And you know, to even level that up, to understand your business processes really well. And for startups that are like pivoting frequently, there's parts of the business process that you learn, right? And there's parts that you're exploring, right, as you pivot through your business model. But make sure that along the way that you're actually understanding what that business process is and how to measure it. And so we're going to talk about designing your data and event storming. And so, you know, the question earlier about how do you recognize when you should continue testing down a theme or when you should bail on testing down a theme? Imagine if you're standing in like the 8th floor of this building, right? And you're looking out the window and you're looking at traffic, right? And you can see a few blocks this way and you can see a few blocks that way. If a taxi comes and parks in the left-hand lane, right? You'll see the traffic start to like flow around that taxi, right? And you're like, man, if that taxi would just get off the road, traffic would flow a lot better. If you're just counting the people like starting at the beginning of the street and coming out of the end of the street, you don't get that granularity or that detail, right? It's only when you see with a good amount of resolution that you can see that there's this taxi cab just blocking traffic. And so event storming, you can find it on Wikipedia. A friend of mine, she had a tech meetup here about it in Austin a few weeks ago. But event storming is really around understanding your business process, right? So you get together as a group and you put stickies on a whiteboard, but you storm out your business process model and events. And it's not just like the start of your business process and the end of your business process. It's all the things in between. It's the macro and, most interestingly, the micro. And that's where you can start to like get the resolution to see where this traffic is going in response to a change. You know, I launched a change that I thought would speed up cars by putting price, you know, on the map pins. But instead, I saw that the map never completed loading, right? So, well, what if I fix that? Maybe people actually do like prices on their map, and maybe you know, it removes a block. So event storming is a process. I'll let you look it up, but here's an example from Vrbo. And what I want to point out here is our overall funnel for the traveler experience is like people go from the home page to the search page to the property page and to the booking page. You know, like 4 or 5 steps. But this is an event storm of the date picker. And I'm not really expecting you to like read all of these things in the event storm, right? But just to show you the granularity at which we've gone down to, right? So people click on a date picker and it activates, right? People might bail if there's some bugs on the date picker, so the date picker can get closed or hidden, right? People might select arrival dates, they might select departure dates, they might clear dates, they might view adjusted dates. Well, in a user experience where people are searching for properties between certain dates, you know, getting people to enter dates without friction is a very important thing. And so we've broken this process down to a micro level of detail. And so now when we're looking at counts of who saw this test on the home page, right, and then who clicked the search button, we can see if they get stuck doing this a lot more in the variant, right? Whereas maybe in the control, they're going down this path and actually selecting the dates. So that's important, right? It's like my traffic analogy where you're looking out the window and you can see that a taxi stopped in the left-hand lane and it's just screwing everything up, right? It might not be that your idea is bad, right? It might be some bugs in your implementation. And so the more fine-grained you can get measured, that you can get with the things that you measure, right, you're able to start seeing some of these things. And I think my point earlier is, it's not really that hard to measure an additional thing, right? You like system.out.log, the user did this other thing. It's not really that hard. So, you know, measure the important parts of your business process. And I guess on the flip side, don't measure junk, don't measure things that don't matter. You'll just kind of junk up your understanding of that traffic. And so we've had to go and retool some of our analytics. This process is all about, you know, what events actually matter in your business process. And so I hope it can help.
Just a random side question. Are we able to get a public copy of these slides afterwards, or not?
I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Sounds
It was more hoops than you'd like to know to jump through to like, it's like had to go up to Expedia Group.
Yeah.
But I'd be glad to just chat with you one-on-one, like give you my info or something, and we can talk about any of this.
Okay.
You know, so maybe even more personal touch too.
We may be able to share the slides as well. It just have to like.
Sure.
So when should you event storm, right? Like if you've got garbage in, you're going to get garbage out, and it might be neatly packaged, you know, but it's probably still not what you're looking for. So I would just emphasize, like, as somebody at a startup, right? You're exploring different business processes, but understand the business process that you're building now, and then just as you pivot, like, understand how it changes, right? You might only understand it at a macro level, but someday you'll start to understand it at a more fine-grained level. So, you know, spend a couple hours doing an event storm, right? And then just refine it as your business changes.
All right, we've been talking about this a lot, so I might go quickly through these, and it's towards the end of our presentation. But yes, we all want to win, right? That's kind of probably another human characteristic. We all want to win. But you really do learn a lot when you lose. So don't discount your losers. Winning, of course, you know, we help people take more vacations when we win our experiments, which then in turn grows our business. But we actually understand so much more about our customers when we lose. We figure out where their pain points are, or maybe where they want a new feature or want something else and not what we gave them. You just get more information to then make more experiments or maybe more features that really drives your business. So don't discount your losers. And I think Pete kind of alluded to that earlier, is like celebrate not only your wins, but celebrate your losses too. So get started, okay? Don't procrastinate on experimentation because your competitors aren't. They're doing this because they're increasing their velocity and they're getting their product out there faster and faster and refining it. So you cannot procrastinate. But there's only 3 things you need to know how to do: bucket, log, count. We kind of talked about that earlier. Don't overcomplicate it. You could use a log, standard out.log. You could use a database. You could use whatever you want to make it a little bit easier on you. But don't overcomplicate it. Get these basics down and get going. When you finally are at a place where you can start to look back and want to scale your experimentation platform more, plan and evaluate. Figure out the things that you want out of an experimentation platform and go out and look for tools that might fit your wants and your needs and for your company. But there also may not be those tools, but that's okay, right? Find something. There's lots of vendors and open source tools out there. When we started, we did not have our own, we used our own tools. We used a lot of open source and vendors. It's not until recently where we started doing a lot more things in-house. So you don't have to do everything yourself. Take advantage of the tools that are already available for you. All right, we're done. More Q&A. know how much time we have. I mean, Optimizely's here, they're a vendor, we've sponsored. There are a lot of open source tools. Specifically, we used Indeed's tool Proctor, so that's something that is also open source. There's a lot of vendors, LaunchDarkly, I don't know if I can think of any of the other ones off the top of my head, but
We haven't used them in a while.
yeah,
It's,
they're out there.
and I would still encourage, like, just as a developer, like, it's not gonna take more than a few hours to do the system.out.println method, and you just learn so much from doing it that it'll actually help you in your evaluations with your vendors. Like, oh yeah, that thing was really painful, so let's find a vendor that gets that right, or let's find an open source solution that gets that right.
I would also add, and this was Pete's point, hire somebody that knows experimentation, like in and out. That will really help.
I know there's a lot of properties under Expedia Group. Can you give us a sense of scale of like what you're dealing with when you run a test, just even order of magnitude, like it's.
Sure, so we don't run experiments at the Expedia Group level yet. So in terms of like, there's not like we don't have the type of traffic for all Expedia Group, like Hotels.com doesn't run experiments that sort of influence Vrbo experiments, so it's not like that level is.
There's a team at those brands that run experiments
Yeah.
too. So we focus mainly on the Vrbo use case of experimentation, but there are teams at the other brands that are also doing the same thing, and we work closely with them.
Oh yeah.
Is it like 10,000 users? Is it?
We have a list of things we're not allowed to talk about. It's probably one of them. It's a lot. At Expedia Group level, I mean, it's like, I think it's the biggest travel company in the world, so it's a lot. But I mean, at Vrbo, we're not just like, we can't just run a test for a couple of days to get signal. If that's what you're looking for, we definitely still are bound by, reality.
The reality of the business cycle, right?
Yes, that's very true
particularly
as well.
like, people probably take more than a week to book a property. So you couldn't even imagine conceptually running a test that takes less than a week, and you wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
But at at the other brands, sometimes their conversion window was smaller, right? Yeah, so it kind of varies based on the different brands and their use case.
Qualifying tests for hiring a contractor?
What's your question?
Qualifying tests for hiring a contractor. We use contractors. So
contractors
like to do experimentation or help you with experimentation?
Yes.
Oh.
Any suggestions on qualifying tests?
I
We should
don't
talk
know.
after. Interview questions, yeah.
Interview questions and things
Yeah,
like that,
I
what to
can
look for.
talk about interesting interview questions
Yes,
after.
yeah.
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 For your business process procedures, do you guys have like schedule, okay, like this is test cycle, we'll be running tests and it's like standard across, or it's just random?
It's,
it's all the time.
I wouldn't call it random. We do have business planning, but that doesn't translate into when we plan to run our A/B tests. They sort of, to Pete's point earlier, we try to put as less friction as possible on people trying to run tests. And so we're not going to tell people, oh, you can't run your test now because of something. When our product managers generally are dev ready and have a good hypothesis and want to run a test, they just hit start.
And in addition, the team, the experimentation team, are they different from the core development team?
Yes. Yeah. We have a dedicated experimentation team of engineers, myself that works with more on the product and the analysis side. And then all of our analysts kind of help out with experimentation related things like hypothesis generation and helping their product managers understand all of those metrics that we measure.
Yeah. The platform, the experimentation platform team, what we do is enable our users to do experimentation. So we build all the tools that help them do that faster or easier, or help put the scientific process in play for them.
So it sounds like your team serves kind of a meta function where you're building the tools and the processes and serving as kind of an internal consultant for various teams that are coming up with and running their own
Yeah, it's a good,
experiments?
yeah, it's good. We're an internal team basically, so yeah.
And that team structure was from the start, or you got it going in?
Dusty
I was
started.
brought on to build up the team. You know, I've done a lot of experimentation before, and so the experimentation platform team is like an internal team that provides, you know, software and services to its constituents. But there's other teams, right? Like John was mentioning, like our analytics team, and they know the best about our data and our customers, right? We have different product orgs, and they develop features, right? And they're the ones with the plan on what I'm going to test next, based on whatever data they've seen.
How many staff at Verbo again?
I don't even know.
I think the latest number I heard was 5,000.
I'm gonna have to Google it.
The latest number I heard was 5,000.
Okay, that doesn't matter. I was
Yeah.
just more of a question because just this idea of segmenting out all these different roles, because what I've seen at other organizations, maybe a little larger than y'all, is, you know, it kind of gets into a turf battle. I mean, you said if the product manager wants to hit go on an experiment, they can do that at Verbo, but that's not
So,
normal.
I mean,
There's normally
we also
like
have
an
an-
operational roadblock, like, oh, that's not a business driver, so we can't do that, or, oh, that conflicts with our user acceptance testing schedule, we can't run an experiment right now.
We don't have that.
You know what's really interesting is almost everything that Pete said earlier about experimentation culture, I think we actually hit all of those. So I think a lot of those things are unlocks, and compared to other businesses that I've seen, having a product review where product managers get to say what they're going to test next and how they're going to measure it, and yeah, it's just an experiment, I think that's a big unlock in my view. Right, so, you know, executive just has a meeting and says, hey, you know, show me what experiments you're going to run. And I think that like infiltrates the culture. And it really helps to remove some of those blocks. And you can start to talk about what metrics are important. You know, so you're like, oh, I improved the number of people clicking search, you know, and somebody else at the meeting is like, search, but we really care about helping people make vacations. You know, and you can have those debates in a public forum. You know, under the fact that this is an experiment, right? And we're going to roll it back if it doesn't work.
I don't know how much time we have.
30 seconds. Is it quick?
How are you using data to help your partners take better decisions?
There's a whole team dedicated to that, if you had to guess. Yeah, so we have teams focused both on the travelers and the partners, and figuring out ways so that we can leverage traveler data to inform the partners. And we do A/B testing in that space as well.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, man, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Who's in the next section?
So we've got Keith Hall.
That's a interesting one. Dusty might have a little bit more since he really built a team for us. But
Right up your alley, right?
I think I do more of general software engineer interviews, so I have my questions.
Okay.
Goes exactly to that.
I'll ask Dusty.
I've known a bunch of people there from Trilogy days.
Oh, yeah.
Spun into Retail Me Not. So,
Questions or?
do you know Graham Sanderson?
He used to be there before.
Brent Hasselrod, I think, was another guy.
I don't think so. I've only been there since 2001.
Pretty good. Well, nice meeting you. I'm gonna stick around and hear about the things.
So, hey,
Thank you.
thank you, Brian.
Brian.
We got a
Nice to meet you.
small 5-person team that we want to hire. Just like
Oh, you have a manager? Yeah. We waited for all of it.
Nice work on selling the story. We don't often run into each other that can tell the story.
Something I try. Thank you. I try not to steer too much because I want to.
So the question is, use the term platform for experimentation, right? So is it really like, I think of it like processes or a bunch of tools, a way of doing experimenting, but it's not really like what's What's your definition of platform?
Like the definitions of platform is we develop the LLA.
Oh, really? That's cool. It's like the
things like that. So there is lots of different tools along the way.
Collection of
And there
things.
is definitely different ways of integrating it, but it's all very very simplified for all of the applications. So if they're a Java app with a for them to drop it in, Node, they can just go, everything's very simple, a lot of wrappers around things, just makes everything really simplified and similar to yeah, I mean, it is a platform in the sense that like we're doing all of that work.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because George and I are Schwab. So we're doing similar, but we're not set up the way you guys are set up. So, one thing that we are evaluating now is standardizing the feature flags, right? So we're now piloting with a few vendor tools, we have some in-house solutions. We're trying to make it abstract so that we can talk to .NET apps, mobile apps, right? We're now looking at A/B testing, we're talking to skills, and then how do we make it easy? But we're not, right now the way I'm comparing it to mobile company is not set up as a centralized right now. There's one person, one or two people looking at feature flag, a couple of people looking at A/B testing, a couple of looking at data analytics, right? So they're not as one.
It's not my office. Yeah, I normally would ride my bike, but I
and it really was born from that. What happened?
Yeah, because actually it's my first time in Austin. Me. It's like the 10 times I've been here. Yeah, but here is my first time. And it's very nice.
Yeah, you're in a good place. Make sure you go to the startup crawl. Did you get a ticket?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, so I mean you'll meet that is like it kind of turns into a party, so you'll
yeah, it would be great, I think.
Put this all together, and we also actually actually look at more spot
yeah, I'm glad that you're ready.
Yeah. But like we had the other brands come and tell us what they did. Get more great. So actually what we did for like Elon or Dusty. Yeah, hey!
I get it.
It was like all well, and I got bring them down what they talked about. So really that probably was of like what you're doing. So it doesn't mean that it'll still have the fragmentation.
But you're talking about like how do we quantify different styles? Okay.
There was that. And that's something we realized, like, that's something where we but then at some point, you're going to have to sit down and be like, okay, let's stop.
I probably believe that too, because I know when some things get hard to measure, but still how do you incorporate into it,
That's right. Yeah, so like that's the determination. Like, simplifying that.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a whole other cell, but if you have we did all this research and all these let's make it simple.
you can measure
It also
about
helps
like
because it'll
what we
rate
actually did.
where
We find it really hard to define the why.
they're not even coming to the side around you. You can't track.
Let me give you a really interesting example. So you're hiring people, right? And you're interviewing anyway, and they want to interview for motivation. You can have like
So you have a central site.
it's something where you found a way to do it, right? And that person
making sure
give you a
you
story, right?
Okay,
And that's kind of like the.
Lesson learned, right? It's easy for the new team coming to do an experiment. Hey, this is what
And I don't mean,
go check it out, it's a library.
That guy, yes, like, you could see that, you know, when these reports happened, he took these actions, right? You could never like line up to figure out what that guy did because he's motivated, right? He has behaviors that.
But there are signals, there are correlations between the characteristics of the behavior.
Very quite interesting space. Yeah.
Some of the other
to get into more experiments? Is this also part of the tour? Or is this something
And that's what I was talking about, like the
to get into the experiment mindset?
right? Like, if you only get access to that, if he's motivated, you don't have much to say. But if you can measure all the responses to things that he's doing, right? Like they're working with that guy, you can see how he responds to other things. Then you can get like a sense of motivation.
Yeah, so they come to you already with the money and you're helping.
That's part of the hiring. Happy to say that was really
Yeah, we're on that step 0 now.
inference online.
put that growth mindset.
Thank you for sharing the story.
It's like a black box. I like walk down people are like,
I did that
And he said,
wow!
I like it. I never had to like show them all the
You have summer concerts. Things almost.
presenting himself, but I was sitting they had a talk yesterday, so what to do. I did not expect anything like this because Tone's coming. I wasn't going to ask him for a question. But I think they probably
in other areas.
I had some
I was waiting for you to say, Anderson Consulting.
The idea was original Richard Ward was because that's our goal.
You're just trying to take away all of that stuff.
So at the beginning, say, well,
Safe to fail.
There's zero micromanagement. Like apps.
anyway, Well, I imagine.
Right? And, people are like, a lot of answers,
Get out of here. Whatever. So,
CEOs like, things that I very data driven, and so my background is not and so it's sort of like my
so it's not like I it would have taken us.
I drank way back in the 80s, but I did work for industrial science.
That's right.
Yeah, and so I've always that company on the same point over and over and
so anyway,
I'm not trying to interrupt.
Anyway, Bob.
Ready?
Yeah, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, we're going to join the community of Capital Factory. I think it's a very good spot.
You have card orders. Because they do it. I went to a session.
Talk about
Awesome. All right, folks, we're going to get started here in about 30 seconds. Find a seat. Or find the hall.
You ain't got to go home.
Yeah, the number, yeah.
All right. I'm really excited for our next speaker. We have Keith Ericall from Retail Me Not, product design lead over there, who also has experience with Booking.com, which we heard a little bit about earlier, and he's going to help inform us on how to map out your DxO strategy.
How y'all doing today? Are you full from lunch? Are you ate too much from lunch? You're a little tired? I remember when I was in college, like after lunch I had this class and it was in this big auditorium full of people, and so I would always like try and sit up front, try and make myself like stay awake, but it never worked. I was always like bobbing my head, and I know my professor was like, "You get an F." I did pass the class miraculously. And is everybody enjoying this wonderful fall weather?
Well,
check around Christmas. I am from Christmas.
Check around.
All right. So, first of all, I just want to thank all of you for being here, taking the time out of your day to come listen to me. I also want to thank Capital Factory and Optimizely for giving me this opportunity to speak with all of you. So a little bit about me. I've got about 19 years experience building and designing products for both small business, consumer, and enterprise. And right now, as Andy said, I am currently lead product designer at Retail Me Not. Anybody familiar with Retail Me Not? Yeah, y'all better raise your hands. I got some people here helping me out. All right, so Retail Me Not is a savings destination. So basically, if you've ever gone online to search for a code, a coupon, anything like that, then you've most likely encountered us. We also have cashback, and we also have a product called RX Saver, which helps you find discounts on prescriptions, similar to GoodRx. They're one of our competitors. So Retail Me Not, we are an international company. We have, as I told you, Retail Me Not and RX Saver. We have Retail Me Not Canada. We have voucher codes in the United Kingdom, and Montreduc and Polpeo in France. The other thing that I wanted to start with is to let you know that it's okay to ask questions. Just have a nice, intimate conversation. Just me and 50 or 60 of my closest friends. So ask questions at any time. All right, so I'm going to talk about what DxO is. I'm going to talk about how others do it. Others in this case is Retail Me Not and Booking.com. We're going to go over what good looks like, and then finally kind of helping you figure out where to start. So does everybody know what DxO is? Yeah, for the most part? All right. I'm one of those people that's too afraid to admit that I don't know something sometimes. So for me, it's just the process of measuring, evaluating, and iterating in order to try and provide the best user experience and also meet your business goals, right? So for me, my journey into DxO started in 2014. In 2014, I accepted a job in Amsterdam, Netherlands. For my wife and I, it was really like a dream come true. Earlier in our marriage, we had discussed the possibility of living and working overseas. We were romantic, it was a romantic idea, and so we were really excited. But somewhere along the way, we found ourselves with 3 kids and 2 dogs, and the idea seemed more like a distant dream than a plausible reality. But we got lucky. Timing was right, and I got a job offer to move to Amsterdam. This is actually a picture from my commute. It's one of the bridges that I would walk across as I went from the metro station to the offices in Rembrandtplein. And if I'm blocking the screen, you can just tell me to move out of the way. So once we explained this to our kids that we were moving, they weren't amused. They just really didn't understand why we would leave all our friends and family, fly 5,000 miles across the Atlantic just for a job. They're like, Dad, you already have a job. But Who were you with then? Huh? Who were you with then? I was with Volusion then. Before I we finally convinced them to give it a shot, and we packed a container full of our stuff. We leased our house, we packed up the kids and the dogs, and we started our journey. For me, that journey led me here to Booking.com. This is a picture of Rembrandtplein. I can't talk today. Maybe I ate too much lunch. And you can tell it's authentic because look at all the bikes. It's really Amsterdam. So how many of you are familiar with Booking.com? Oh, that's a lot. All right. Well, in 2014, I really had no idea who they were. The only thing I knew about them was this quirky commercial that they had. And let's see if we can get that to play.
This vacation has been a year in the planning. And here you are, standing, nay, staring down your dreams. The rest of your holiday hinges on the moment you walk through that door. The door opens. You hold your breath. And then you realize you got it right. You got it booking right. Because it doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any booking better than this. Look at the view. Look at the booking view. This is exactly what you booking needed. Bask in the booking glory at over 250,000 properties. Planet Earth's #1 accommodation site, Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
All right, pretty entertaining, right? So I was like, I get to work for them? Like, they got personality. What I found out was Booking is like Europe's biggest little secret. Now, currently, Booking.com is really like the largest company in the Booking Holdings group. Back then in 2014, it was actually called the Priceline Group. But you can see it includes Kayak, Priceline, Agoda, RentalCars.com, and OpenTable. They're huge, they're massive. I had no idea. They've got 17,000 employees, 198 offices in 70 different countries, and their site is localized into 40 different languages. So they're quite massive. The cool part about working there was meeting all these different people from literally all over the world. They intentionally recruited people from across the globe. All right, so we're gonna play a little game. Get the juices flowing, get you guys interactive here. So who can tell me what this number represents?
Population of the earth?
Transactions of the company's lifetime.
Revenue. So last year, 2018, Booking Holdings reported about $14 billion in revenue. And so the portion attributed to Booking.com is about 11. So that's a lot. What about this number?
Users?
Daisy? Right. This is visits, right? This is the number of visits that they get per month. All right? All right. So I worked there and I quickly discovered like this place is different than any place that I've ever worked, right? It was like completely different. So some of the things that made them different were, one, they had this concept of autonomous teams. And so each team was like its own little startup. They were responsible for a particular product or a particular area of the product. And it consisted of a product owner, a designer, a front-end developer, a back-end developer, and a team lead that could be any one of those disciplines. The teams shared a copywriter, data scientist, and researchers. So just completely different than anything that I've worked before. The other thing about these teams is they got to decide what they worked on. They were the ones that were responsible for driving the daily changes of the product.
of a product, so they were all attached to a specific product line?
Right, I'll give you an example. So, the first team that I worked on was the search page, search results page, right? So that team was dedicated solely to improving the search result experience. Other teams, there were teams that specifically worked on the app, excuse me, and there were other teams that worked on like the homepage, and then I also got to work on a product called Destination Finder, which was like an upper funnel sort of play to get people in to help them figure out where they wanted to go, right? There's so many different places that you can go and visit. So Destination Finder was designed to help them find as much information and push them down the funnel to finally making a booking.
Can you share how those autonomous teams are funded? Was it through a general pool or through the specific product team funding, or are you able to speak to that?
No, but get with me afterwards. I might be able to shed a little more light on it.
Got it.
All right, so this other concept that was new to me was this concept of 1-10, 10-10, right? 1 in every 10 experiments was successful, right? So this is their motto. 1 in every 10 experiment is successful, but 10 out of every 10 experiments is an opportunity to learn, right? So for them, that meant we got to test a lot and we got to move fast. The more we test, the more we learn. They also had this concept of having a budget for failure, which was really interesting to me. But, and so sometimes we would experiment and, you know, the metrics would go the wrong way. Sometimes we would actually introduce bugs and we would break the site. And they budgeted for that.
You would actually break the Booking.com website.
Yes, there are people that have taken the site down. The other thing was self-service data. It was easy for people to get information about analytics, or we could go back and look at any experiment that was done in the past and figure out, like, you know, what is the data that we gathered in that experiment. Finally, the concept of embracing ugly, right? So they were okay with us breaking things because they knew we were moving so fast that it wouldn't last long. It wouldn't be out there long, right? If something didn't work, we roll it back, and then we try again. So it really was a culture thing, right? They had built this culture that was solely based around, or largely based around, experimentation, right? Move fast and try things. So maybe you're asking yourself, okay, so like how did they DxO? What did they do? Well, the process is pretty simple, and it's probably similar to some other talks that you heard today. But you know, you identify a problem or the thing that you want to test. Then you develop some sort of hypothesis around how you can improve things. Then you test, and then you evaluate. And depending on depending on how the tests came out, right? You could either try that thing again, tweak it and try it again, or maybe it was successful, and then you identify other things within the results of that test that you want to try and fix. I think one thing is, you know, you can start with either like some analytics. You might know something is just broken, and you may start there. Or you might be working on a new product, right? Some that you want to introduce, and so you develop, you identify what that product is. Yes?
I was trying to wait for an appropriate time so you could finish your.
You identify what that product is, you create a hypothesis, design a solution, test it, and then evaluate. Yes?
About how many times in a sprint would the autonomous teams go through this cycle?
So it was each team, so each person on the team was probably running 2 to 3 experiments per week. And there were 6 to 7 people on a team. So, all right, so just stepping through the process, identifying the experience that you want to optimize and the problems that you want to solve. Next is developing a hypothesis about possible solutions. And here you can be reviewing existing data and research that you have, or and you're also like exploring different designs or possible solutions, right? Then you test your hypothesis, right? You can decide how you'll test. It can be A/B tests. It can be usability tests. You can determine what you'll measure, right? That's really important. You figure out what the primary metric is that you want to focus on, and then also some secondary metrics. A lot of times those things are like do no harm or health metrics. Like, for example, if you introduce something that increased bounce, then even if it won, you want to reevaluate, okay, does it make sense to turn this thing on or not? And then lastly, it's just evaluating the results and determining next steps. Everybody with me so far? All right, good. So again, the process.
Oh, I had a question.
Yeah.
Who was running the 2 experiments a week? Like, were they developers, product managers, all the above?
All the above.
However, you said you did have some testers you could borrow. And I look back in today's discussion, this is around what you normally call, are those testers and designers anyway. Designers are the ones that end up doing the tests.
Well,
And
no.
Developers are those heads down, nose down.
Not here.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So your testers maybe more the.
It was
the bulldogs going after what's wrong.
So here, any role could generate an idea for a test and either roll that test, design, develop, and roll that test themselves, or work in conjunction. We usually worked as teams, even though, like, I might have an idea, my front-end developer might have an idea. We discuss it as a team, and we're actively working on testing all those. Yes.
So the engineers need to build the test, or you have tools that allow people to run tests without having to use engineering resources in any like meaningful capacity?
So both, but designers were, as a UX designer there, I also coded, but engineers, product owners usually had to have a little help, right? They would rely on the team. They would generate the idea, but then they would rely on the team to work collectively to design and roll out that test, yeah.
And then how do you decide what to build versus buy? Is that part of your process at all? Great stuff off the shelf, so I'm just curious.
So that's a great question, and we did have those conversations specifically with, at one point I worked on this user-generated content tool, and we considered buying a smaller company that did that really well. And so we had them in the offices, we talked with them. Ultimately, they decided not to, but bookings preference is to build. For you, it depends on your organization, right? It depends on your resources and the size of your organization. So It's really, it depends. All right, so I bet you know the answer to this one. Yes?
Sorry, I have one last related question. How do you, can you talk a little bit about how you prioritize all these tests, or coming in from every team and shared resources that are kind of required to collaborate on them, like how do you decide the order and which ones are going to move the needle the most?
So that was done within the team, but I think this next thing number will kind of help answer part of that question.
Can you elaborate on the do no harm and the trade-offs and what you're really evaluating? Because in most tests, something might be harmed. So kind of just talk about the trade-offs and relative weightings, things like that.
Yeah, so you're really looking at, so first you're looking at the primary metric, and if that is not successful, then it doesn't matter, because that's the one thing that you're basing, that's the primary thing that you're basing the success or failure of that experiment off of. So with the secondary metrics, it's just other things that you're kind of watching and monitoring to make sure that that they don't have an outsized negative impact on the results of the test, right? So, for example, I used bounce before. If, you know, for me, if bounce goes up 2%, let's say, we increase bounce by 2%, that might be too much of a threshold for us. And we may decide, no, it's not worth it, right? Because it's going to impact our SEO and things like that. So we have a much lower threshold for bounce. Does that answer your question?
I guess partially, yeah. Like if you're increasing your revenue per visitor by 5% and you have 2% bounce, you still might strategically say that's not worth it.
Maybe, and that's for the team to decide, right? All right, so 1,000. Who knows what this is?
2 qualifiers on that. How long are your sprints? 2 or 4 weeks?
They were 2-week sprints.
And how many staff? I just did some quick math.
There were
1,000, 10,000, 50,000.
so in IT, the IT department, which is where the product team sat, let's see, there were like 70 different teams. There were about 1,000 employees.
I was going to guess the number of experiments firm-wide in 2 weeks.
So many DevOps.
You're right. So this is
Thank you.
this is the number of experiments that might be running at any given time and any day on Booking.com. All right. So what about Retail Me Not? Well, surprisingly, the process is the same, right? How we do it is a little bit different, but we follow the same process. So, this is a representation of the size in terms of employees of Booking.com to Retail Me Not, right? Booking.com is massive. There are a lot of differences between our company and between Retail Me Not and Booking.com. And those differences absolutely impact our DXO strategy. We have fewer customers. We have smaller teams. We're only 400 versus 17,000. We don't really have self-service data. We have less traffic. We have we make less revenue, so we have a smaller budget for failure. And we use different tools. Booking.com, as I said before, what they did was their bias was to build their own tools. And they were a mature company. They've been around since 1996, and Retail Me Not's been around since 2006. So the level of maturity of the company is different, right? Yes?
What do you define no self-service data?
At Booking.com, there are many data stores that we could easily go and look at, as well as access to analytics was was easy. Also access to like all the past results of any test that we've ever run in the past. Because a lot of times we found that like the same ideas would come up again, but we try and do it a little bit differently, right? So access to the results from previous tests was easily accessible. All right, 3 to 4. What's that number?
People
This is the average number of experiments that RetailMeNot runs at any given time. Right? There's a huge difference, right? So then, you know, you have Booking.com, that's this behemoth. You have RetailMeNot, that's, you know, not a small company, 400 people, that's a decent size. What does good look like if there are, you know, these huge differences between these two companies?
They were perfect to begin with.
What?
They were perfect to begin with. This other company was really screwed up. Did them all wrong. They didn't do experiments together, right?
So the answer is it depends, right? It depends. It depends on, you know, what methods you use for user research and data. It depends on the traffic that you get. Depends on the makeup of your teams and other resources, right, that you have available to you. It depends on your maturity. We talked about that, right? 23-year-old company versus a 12 or 13-year-old company. And it depends on your budgets. All right, so what does that mean, right? You're here because you want to know how to define a strategy for your organization. All right, so one of the things that I did is I created these templates, these models, to try and help you figure out what your strategy is. And so one is a strategy map, and the other is an experimentation plan. So what I like about these is that they're fast, right? You can fill one of these out in 10 to 15 minutes. They're scalable, meaning it doesn't matter what size your organization is. The information that you're going to fill out is going to help you figure out how you can implement a strategy. It's also shareable, right? So you fill this out, and then you can start having conversations with people about getting to that goal of implementing this strategy. Lastly, it's actionable, right? You're in it. You're identifying actions that you will take. All right, so let's start with the optimization strategy map. So here it is. It's got 7 sections. And let's walk through what those sections are. So the first section is really about defining the experience. You identify your core experience and then the different elements that you want to test in those experiences. The next section is focused on measuring. This is where you identify all your analytics and any quantitative user research methods that you have available to you. The search section is focused on understanding. And so this is where the qualitative research comes in, right? So it helps create a fuller picture of the quantitative data that you have. And the final section is follow-up, and it focuses on your iteration plan and your cadence. All right, so let's go through a pretend scenario where we fill this thing out. So let's pretend that we have a SaaS CRM product that focuses on small and medium-sized businesses. Some of the elements of our experience that we want to measure are, we have a pipeline dashboard, right? Sales pipeline. We have a communication tracker tool that lets you track all the communications that you have with your customers. We have an email template designer and a workflow automation tool. I'm going to take a drink. All right. The next section is quantitative research. Let's say at our company, we use A/B testing. We have Optimizely as our tool for A/B testing. We also use user surveys, and we use UX benchmarking to understand the cumulative effect of all the changes that we make. For analytics, the most important things for us, let's say, are how many contacts are being created, how many email templates are being created, how many emails are being sent, and then how many custom workflows are also being created. Everybody with me so far? All right, so this next part is qualitative research. We use usability tests, and sometimes we do user interviews. Yes?
I'm a little slow to the gun here too. You were asking, are we all following you? The only thing I'm not following, maybe it's by design, is I noticed that the core experience is just, it's just a product. It's not a specific outcome or really specific experience. There's no metric. Is having it kind of a general topic by design here?
So that's a great question. I think that you could put either here, right? The key, though, is that you're identifying the primary thing that you want to test. It could be a product or it could be an experience. This is not outcome-driven because this is your testing strategy. The outcome-driven stuff will be your experiments. All right?
So what you're saying is that this is what you're going to do, not why. The why is, kind of comes before this, perhaps. The why being the outcome that you want.
Yes.
Just seeing that how you're going to do it all.
So I'm saying that this is a high-level strategy that can be applied to a product area, maybe. So yeah, a product or a product area, and then the experimentation plan will focus on more on specific outcomes. All right. Let's say for our iteration plan, we define some goals, and I don't know, like we want to achieve 70%. We want 70% of our customers to use our email templates. We want 50% of our customers to adopt the workflow tool, and we know that we get a lot of customer support calls around the workflow automation tool. So we want to try and reduce those calls by 20%. Finally is cadence, like what is the mix of things that we're going to use and how often do we plan to use them? So let's say our goal is to run at least 4 A/B tests a month. We want to do 2 surveys per quarter, 1 usability test for each design iteration, and then we're only going to benchmark after each major product release. Yes?
I think I just had an aha moment. So the reason that, I think the kind of like the fear factor for me was seeing that core experience was not tied to any business driver or any metric or a needle that we want to move. Like that seems scary to me. But if I'm following you, the whole point is that we're not limiting ourselves by these kind of external forces? Is that why you set it up as just a core experience that's not, because it kind of gets to the purpose of an autonomous team? Am I connecting too many dots here?
Yeah, talk to me more what you mean by not affected by external forces. I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, I'll take it off.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question about that?
It seems to be more job description-y. This is what you're doing all the time, as opposed to what you had before talking about experiments that seem to be awfully ad hoc. Just come up with the one about Booking.com.
Well, so this tool is meant to help you define a high-level strategy around your.
And justify the investment, because there's certain things you've got to get invested. Get into, also into the regular work, operational plan of the company.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, by filling this out, you might identify some gaps that you have, right?
Yeah.
You might identify, oh, like, there's some things that we want to do that we don't currently have in place. We don't have the tools or the expertise for. So, you know, maybe that's when you have this build or buy conversation as well. All right.
Question. Do you have any suggestion on like the CRM tools that, especially for startups, like I know like MailChimp and other like Salesforce, which are for more rich companies. Do you have free suggestions?
So I do not. This is merely a fictional example, and it's meant to illustrate how to fill out this strategy map.
This is a point that's not sequential, right? It's just all filling out all the possibilities, but you're not going through a sequence around the clock, right?
Right, no. You can fill this out in any order. I would start with the center. All right. Is this making sense? Is everybody? Okay. All right. So now let's take a look at the experimentation plan. So this is really focused on individual experiments. And it's just a way for you to get all your thoughts out and make a plan for how you want to test something. This first section is just about data and research. Like, what do you know? What do we know? The next is really kind of defining the problem. Third is, what are the possible solutions to this problem? And this is before you do any design or anything like that. Identifying your primary metrics and your secondary metrics. And then lastly, what's your plan to iterate on this? So this is very similar to the iteration plan in the strategy map. All right, so if we continue our example with the CRM tool, let's say what we know is that 50% of our users abandon workflow creation. 78% of them drop off at the point where they're supposed to set up triggers. And we've seen a huge spike in customer support calls around workflow. So maybe our hypothesis is that, one, users just aren't sure where to start. We don't make it clear to them like where to start when they start building a workflow. And then setting up triggers is just really confusing and there are way too many steps. So one possible solution would be to provide some predefined triggers that can be used out of the box or further customized. And for that, we're going to look at the percentage of completed workflows. And then we're also going to look at customer support inquiries, right? Those go up or down. And finally, if it's successful, we're gonna roll it, but we wanna keep iterating until we have like 95% workflow completion, right? So these are just some tools that I created to try and help people have the conversation about creating a strategy and a tangible conversation around experiments. Now, people are running experiments all the time, and usually, depending on your team, like maybe you don't need this because you're face to face and you're constantly talking to each other, but it's a way for me to get my thoughts and ideas down. And I think later on, you know, these can really help with storytelling.
How do you deal with analysis paralysis in the experimentation phase?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, your job is to try and figure out a way forward. So, yeah.
I recognize the layout of some of these things. They look like a lot of other campuses. Are these ones you created, or are they available somewhere?
This is one that I created, but it is available for you to use if you want. So you can go here and you can download this and play around with it. And I would love it if you tried it out and then, you know, and then gave me feedback on what's working and what's not working. All right, everybody got this? Couple more seconds.
It looked like you had a wiki on a Creative Commons. Or I saw you marked those as Creative Commons.
Yes. All right, so the key here is like, you got to work with what you got, right? Understanding, putting down like what you have in one place so that you can begin to have those conversations is super important. I encourage you to use this tool, try it out, and see if it works for you. And also, the whole point of experience optimization is to be tenacious, right? To be continuous, right? You're constantly iterating and trying to improve, constantly working on optimizing the process. Okay, questions? Yes?
How do you compensate for lack of data for testing?
How do you compensate for lack of data for testing? What data?
So let's say you're building a software. So let's say you're talking about Booking.com, you're trying to experiment with the search page, but you just launched Booking.com, and all you have is, let's say, 10 data points from 10 different customers. How are you going to work with that in terms of experimentation?
What are your options?
I mean, you barely have any data, and those 10 people may have very different personalities. They may have very different user personas. So that's just one data point per user persona for you. So it's not even a very representative data set for you. So how would you go about, like, do you go buy some data? If that is not an option, how do you gather some more data?
Well, I mean, you can use qualitative methods to try and capture some of that data, right? You can do user interviews. You can do surveys, which is like a quantitative method. You have to either work with what you have, or you have to go out and figure out how to get more data.
Makes sense.
Any other questions? No?
Were there any surprising tests while you were at Booking.com? If you can tell me not, was there anything where your hypothesis was wildly wrong? Or wildly right?
I mean, and I think, maybe the Verbo team can chime in and on this one as well. I think, you can run really tiny tests, right? Where, I removed a horizontal rule one time, and it increased conversion, but all I did was remove a horizontal rule. So I think that there's probably not anything too small to test, but there are definitely things that are too big to test, right? The whole point, if you're talking about A/B tests, the whole point is it's that it's incremental. If you change too many things at once, then you're not going to know what caused the effect.
Yeah, we had another surprising one where somebody turned a test on. It was down 50% in the first day on a lot of traffic. It ended up being a significant winner in the end. And so part of the learnings there was, definitely trust the science and that you need to get a good sample, right? That's not too small.
And also on that, make sure it goes the full cycle. Because if you shut a test down too early, and you're not accounting for the full cycle, then your data is not going to be representative. All right.
All right, I think we'll take a break, and it's going to be a 30-minute break. Next talk is 3 o'clock.
That's super great.
So,
at Booking, do you guys sort of incent developers to be running their own tests?
yeah, so the scale is just so different. When I was there was 70 different products. And so
It's good. I enjoyed this experience. Hopefully,
now there were a lot of
attendees learned something valuable. Yeah, sure. Is there a feedback or any follow-up in terms of It's okay. No, I was just curious.
Yeah, I think.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just curious if anything exists. Just feel free to forward our way any feedback that you get.
I'm pretty sure Jacqueline doesn't do it.
Yeah, DLL. I used to work in a public
Yeah, don't do anything above it. You're doing stuff in class to get that.
My goal is just to stuff on this one for last month. I'll do that.
Yeah, for sure. And for the future, not as I mentioned in this talk, I'm not doing experimentation, but I'm kind of new to tech. I've been there for 10 years, so a long time, I've learned a lot. Yeah. A/B testing isn't the most advanced statistics, and so I spent the past year not learning. In my own job, I was always learning new statistical methodologies, new models, right? That kind of stuff. How to write that in a program. And here, it's kind of step back from the statistical model standpoint, because it's not that complicated, the models. I work a little bit with the science team, the athletes, but a lot of the growing that I've done has been these techniques, right? All of that. So I'm definitely appreciative. And so I'm definitely up for sort of becoming more involved. So I have other stuff like that. I'm happy to back into the community. Yeah, I gotta be the traffic.
Traffic, I got one-on-one coming up.
Oh,
You got a meeting.
nice.
Yeah, I wish I could stay when we're in the other session.
We got Optimize Lead, are you doing a little bit deeper dive on the one of the guys out here on Arson, and then we have 4:30 and happy hour.
I almost thought about saying like, but I got so much work to do.
Yes.
It's great to
I'll
meet you.
keep you guys in mind for other stuff as we bring back in the community.
Thank you for inviting us. Yeah. And you know, if there's any cases that are
yeah, that's great. You know, actually, to build that a lot of benefits to me. Because I know that's a big place for him and his team. And I know you guys are going to focus on that, especially with Top Gun. I think that's a really important conversation, especially with early stage companies.
it's like a milestone.
Yeah. If you're in it. Well, if you have it and you can go back to store data, it's like, oh great, we don't have to wait 6 months if we want to get married, so I get some of these things. You don't have to wait for the invitation, you can just knock it out. Yeah, collect it all now. Oh, did I miss it?
Sad that I didn't get out of here.
Okay, I'll find
The one metric test.
Let's find out about maybe being attached.
Thank you. Good meeting you. Take care.
Just get funding from the resources not evaluated, so that's why I was asking if it was in the general.
Yeah, so I think the IT team, the product department, they were the ones that were funding the experimentation. And to your point about the performance evaluation and things like that, you were expected to run a lot of experiments, right? And so that was baked into your evaluation.
And then you get to talk about the areas, was that kind of just how the company was from the get-go, or was it a directive, or was it a restructuring, or?
So it firmly in place by the time that I got there. And I think it was kind of an evolution as they started to grow. I don't know how they landed there, but from what I can understand, it was an evolution of, hey, like once experimentation became, the thing that they were focusing on, that just made sense to them.
Yeah. Very thought-provoking work.
Thank you very much.
Today. Chris, nice to meet you.
Chris, I'm Keith. Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
When you got dressed this one time, I was ready. It was clean. I hope it was. I grabbed it and spoke to it. Anyway, and I had before you got start working for Sandy.
Before I was working, I had an internship where we used to hold events here all the time. And then I started working for another company. They were down south. And then after the week last year, so I was on a break. And just being consulting companies. So they've just been attending these events, like learning things.
I used to, when I started 5 years ago, I lived here, and then I found them, but today I'm really
Keyboard cannot be identified without the use of same keyboard.
the more I work with it. Because yesterday the women's conference, it was good, but the questions were like, where's my scar? Should I wear a bow tie? We end up comfortable. Look, this is where I'm at.
Alright, now, I need to set my screensaver to go like an hour and a half.
Now that you got the brand, it's a good thought. We need to get the money.
Exactly. It's data. How you want
And talking about using the traditional, I want somebody to say, I use these tools, which is why I see it. Actually, Murphy had he just it's a how-to. It's one of the instructions for how-to. I mean, if you want.
Do I have demo set up? Do we have like?
We have HD. Oh yeah,
this is the how-to.
Yeah, this is also.
What technology is just keep plugging and play?
Oh, the Lean Analytics. I don't think I have it. I rented it. No, it's on Kindle. It's on Kindle. That's why. The Lean Analytics. I think you're right. Because I actually read the Lean Analytics. Let's get to work. And his is a let's get to work. His is like do this now, and he says, oh,
And then it messes up. Yeah, first time it okay. Oh, okay.
not exactly correct.
Perfect. Yes, that's something.
So you have, your seat's gonna look different than mine. And it's like that. That one's good, but that one's
Should be good. And then I
should be here somewhere, but anyway, you got it. That means I haven't read it. I mean, and the guy upstairs.
I know he gave
the guy that runs here. That almost
ever. No,
the teachers were wrong. That's where it came from. Yeah.
I can maybe. Do you guys? How do you guys want to set up the stand?
Yes.
We're just gonna trade them off. My brain.
There is. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go through the garage door and then kind of follow around, and it's just around. There's like another glass fishbowl office that's kind of right. And you have waters here.
I mean, I could hear what you're saying in the couple
notes.
Yeah, just the transition.
Was and then just staying
let me know if you need anything else.
I love it. I love the.
One thing I might just abundance of caution.
There's a happy hour, right? But I'm not.
Who knows how it will suddenly like go from 50% to 0.
Were you out for Oppenheimer?
I didn't go to any session.
That seems to be the.
I was like, working at like deadline, oh no. Like people were telling me stories, and I'm like,
oh, okay. Mapping.
I've been at 26 years. So,
machine learning.
Yes, so I've been to a few afternoons. Now it's just like
because it's mostly customers.
There's a lot of customers, and then there are prospects of
happy hour.
Other
business happy hour.
All set? All set.
You got it.
Glad we tested it out.
You go home, you got to work.
It wasn't the airplane.
Mama loves you. Bye.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Eject this?
Oh, I got to I'm leaving. I'm going out.
How are the clicker?
My last.
We will at the end.
Mush.
Were you here? Oh, you were here for the last session.
Yeah. Oh, yes. All day yesterday and today.
Yeah, we should go through it.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Going back hours, I'm prepared for the question. And then sometimes people have like overly prepared responses that like get you
Sounds great.
yeah, so it's like off the cuff. Totally. It's the big epoxy.
Spray on.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's still stuck in there. That's not a whole lot of insulation. Yeah, they, from time to time, from these, they would turn them on. It's not perfect inside of these, you see the project, but most people are used to having a project, and I even use it. People were, oh, yeah, it's not bad. She's great, yeah. Bathroom, and yeah, feel free to.
Yeah, I might get those. You know, are you from Malaysia, Singapore?
Singapore.
Singapore.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
Have you been from Nepal?
No, when I grew up in India, and one of my tenants was a Malaysian medical student.
I see.
I've been to Singapore. Yeah, I haven't been to Malaysia. I've been to Singapore because the flight to India usually goes to Singapore. So I took the opportunity. I had a long layover. So
When was the last time you visited Singapore?
Oh, many years ago. Because the past several trips I've either gone to Europe or to Hong Kong. Yeah. You want to go to Singapore and take a longer, not lead off for a couple of days. I did.
Takes a while.
Get there? Yeah.
More than a few days.
Yes.
The exact opposite side of Europe, no matter which way you choose to go, right?
You're completely zonked by the time you reach here, like,
Super fast. They have some largest construction projects in the world right now. I watch a lot. There's a YouTube channel called The V1M where they talk about skyscrapers and major rail projects and stuff. They have a lot of development right now, so very, very fast growing. That's probably true. Yeah, if you go out, it actually there's
no direct way to really find the name rescue. Good, I think the good one is on the wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the.
Yeah. And I guess I'm just doing it on my, I'm really good. There's a topic, like this is DXO. And then there's see what happened, I did this early, so I got all of the others except for some of them. At the time I did it, they didn't have some of the X, oh, that's the one I was for. That's the one. That's the bad one. See, the other is you can get in now on site, and you tell you, what the room is, you don't have to go, just, there's nothing going on today. That's all. Capital factor. I don't know if they ever work out factor. There was. That's. Didn't they got bought by this particular one, this is fascinating. And that's why I'm interested. Tell people I'm sorry. So we're having this AR meeting, and their name is. This is, here's, if you're interested in and then, might be part of it. No, that's, oh, you think that the Air Force, you're talking about the one that's something. I'll just, I want to really by the time they got to the meetings, that's what happened, it didn't straighten it out. That's what this one was, that's been pretty good, this one got that. But I think what the company was, just copied the name, and now it's. I think it was, the game that we are. Yeah, there's always the height curve is probably representative. When you go back up, because they're back on the we had screen, well, I'm gonna get 360, and thing that everybody's aware. I remember once that was, we were going to the east side. It was just scary. We had set those, we got two of them. Why no.
Unit just to run them off, like, a couple thousand dollars.
didn't look closely at some point, 360.
You don't want to leave the party. Like, real next time I see you. Where you have to watch all the time. But you do it. My business was creative design. But I just it's not thinking like this because it's business set. You know, I just like
What's that?
So, yeah, it gets a little, you know, it starts off like, and then it's like, whoa. But, yeah, and I feel fractured, but a lot of people are, but they don't say it.
Because it's hard, I think basically it's now you're gonna talk about.
Right.
Oh. I just look at behavior.
Still gonna be
some behavior, some sort of behavior on the side. I mean, it's not
When I
necessarily.
first heard about it, because this thing called Canoe or Motion.
The first motion, I've heard of personality. Yeah.
I look at a lot of stuff in school.
Yep.
Differentiate that. I ran a from a company here in Austin.
Ready to do it? I'm ready. Let's go.
Yes.
That's how we
That's like,
All right. Clap once if you can hear me.
Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me, guys. We're gonna get started here in about 15 seconds. Anybody's counting?
I thought it was 15 minutes. I'm like, what? Oh, wait.
I'm really excited to hear more about personalization. I think this is what most people aren't doing much of.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
All right, for our last session of the day, and for those of you who are sticking around, we have a happy hour at 4:30 at CU 29, which is right across the street. We'll have an open tab. I highly recommend sticking around. But I'm definitely excited to hear more about personalization from a couple of guys at Optimizely. We have Ajit and Ethan.
Hey everyone. Hello Austin. We are so excited to be here. We're both from the San Francisco office of Optimizely. Although my mom is actually a Texas native from Abilene, Texas, little known fact. So about three or 4 hours away. So What we're going to talk about today is machine learning driven personalization at Optimizely. So I'm Ethan. I'm a senior machine learning engineer on the machine learning products team.
I'm Ajit. I'm a staff engineer and a tech lead for the team.
Yep. And here's what we're going to talk about today. So what exactly does Optimizely do? We're going to show you how we run A/B tests, how we can run personalization campaigns, how does that feed into larger scale experimentation, and how do we think about DxO? That is what this track is all about, so I figured that's a good place to start. Then we're going to show you how can machine learning actually help us experiment faster and better. We're going to show you 2 products that we recently have shipped or are in the process of shipping right now. That's Adaptive Audiences that Ajit works on, a very powerful way that anybody can use natural language processing to target people. I'm going to talk about Adaptive Recommendations, kind of the counterpart to that. And then finally, we want to send you off with a look towards the future. So we're going to talk about how does machine learning and AI lead to better experimentation. What do we plan on doing next? So first of all, everybody knows that experimentation is very important for modern companies. Anyone that's working in the digital age talks about how many experiments they're doing and how experiments really drive their success. But nobody is really defining experimentation in the same way necessarily. What Optimizely tries to do is make it very easy to lower the bar so that anyone can run large-scale experiments and have statistical certainty that they're actually shipping the right winning solution. There was a question I heard earlier about what do you do when you don't have enough data. A big part of the value that we actually bring to customers is both the execution of the experiment, but also the certainty of when you do have enough data to actually call it. There was also a gentleman in the front row in the last talk who said, we really learned if you don't have enough data, you might actually believe the wrong thing temporarily until you do have enough data. So that's one of the core values that Optimizely does. But first of all, what we do, all of our customers are other large companies, many in the Fortune 500. So we help them experiment on their websites. Increasingly, we help them experiment on their mobile apps and other digital presences. We have over 1 billion data points a day coming to us, streaming, and we have helped run over 1 million experiments. So with that, let's jump in, and Ajit is actually going to do a demo of a very simple A/B test. We're going to use a fictional site. We call this site Attic and Button. It's a fictional retail site that we made simply for the purpose of showing experiments, but this should give you a good idea of how you come up with a hypothesis and then how easy it is to use Optimizely tools to actually test that hypothesis.
All right, so Attic, this is the homepage for Attic and Button, and you have a hypothesis. I think the shop now call to action doesn't pop enough. It doesn't invite people to click on it. So I want to change it and run a test to see if it really works the way I expect it to be. I expect more people to click on it, so there's some metric that I'm going to measure, which is specifically how many click-throughs went through the shop now versus what I'm going to do. So the way you do it using Optimizely's tool is to simply create an A/B test. I'm going to call it ATX demo AB. And then you specify on what you're going to test. You can specify the URL, but I've already created a page and saved it before, so I'm going to just use that. The home page, and then I create an experiment. Okay, what does that do? Ooh.
Is it all web-based?
This particular tool is web-based, and this is where we started. We're actually going to talk a little bit later about full stack, where you can test mobile or really anything that you want server side.
Spinning, maybe it signed me out. I'm going to reload this. Let's do that again. TX, page, home page, create experiment. Anytime now.
Rule number 1 of live demos.
I didn't sacrifice that goat this morning. There you go. So it set up 2 things for you, 2 variations. The original and variation number 1. Okay. So I'm going to go in and simply change variation number 1. I can click there, all right, and I'm just going to say view collections, and then I'm going to change the background to something more red maybe, okay, and then I'm going to track clicks on it, homepage CTA, and save. Okay, so now it's created a variation for me off of the original page. Remember, I have to now track metrics as well. It's already filled out for me the homepage CTA as a metric that I want to track. I may want to
Does
track.
it do it automatically, or did you?
So when I clicked track clicks on it, it automatically puts it in. But here's an example of where I'm going to put overall revenue as a secondary metric, and then anything else. There's a bunch of other events that we have here. You can add all of those. That's it. So you've saved. You've already created your first A/B test, right? So now all of this is in the editor. You have this variation versus this variation. Okay. Now, how do you deploy this? So, if you own the site, you can control the HTML on that site, and in that you can put a script tag that Optimizely provides you. This is a bit of JavaScript that captures all of that setup that you made in the editor. And when someone visits your site and loads your site, this JavaScript runs and it implements your experiment. What that means in this case is that it will randomly, if it's a new visitor, it will randomly choose one of the variations based on the weights that you're assigned. So if you do a 50-50 split, then you get a 50% chance of landing either in the original or in the treatment. And then from then on, you're in that variation, and Optimizely, because the snippet again runs on the page, can track how many pages were loaded, what you did. If you clicked on the CTA, then it will track that. And so we can collect all these metrics, and then...
Is the sample live? Can we see it change?
Yeah. Let's do that.
We might have to open it in another browser.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
so here's what the original looks like. And then let me... All right, there you go. So you get the... Okay.
Like if you refresh.
So if I refresh, I'm stuck in that.
Okay, you're stuck in the one.
Yes, so once you're bucketed into a variation, you remain there. So that's the experiment. It's consistent with your experience.
Even when your homepage changes, you
All right, so once you do that, you get all these, you wait for a while, you get all these metrics, and then you can go and look at the results page. Okay. So what is this telling you? Well, it tells you nicely that, oh look, your CTA went up 13.78%, and it's green because it's statistically significant. Okay. So we ran this experiment with, again, this website is not live with that much data, but we had to provide fake data.
It's sort of like a cooking show where we pull one out of the refrigerators. We were working on this one
But
earlier.
we baked this earlier, blah, so.
So what decides how significant the change is?
So the metrics, you measure the metrics, and then we have a statistical engine that calculates whether the change that you see with respect to the baseline is statistically significant or not. In fact,
so let's say if it was just a 5% increase, would it be statistically significant?
it can be any lift, as long as you so the general rule is larger the lift, the fewer the samples you need, because that might be a true lift where you can statistically distinguish them. And the smaller the lift, typically you need far more samples because it could just be a statistical aberration. You need far more samples to actually distinguish that they are truly different. In fact, Optimizely was one of the pioneers of developing a statistical engine that corrected for a lot of different flaws that were in the existing A/B null hypothesis testing.
And in fact, if you go back to the results page that you were showing, not only does it show you how much lift there is, it also shows you a probability of that actually being better. So that's sort of the statistical confidence that you have.
Do you work with any, like, sort of known variables about language and color and sort of position on page that are in, as an industry level? Perhaps on an industry level or across websites in general?
So
creating some of the data sort of.
Well, these are, you mean for segmentation?
Well, let's say that you just changed that to a red and it's white and a certain language that goes with that, right? And so is that the key? Are there any data points that are you using from across just websites in general or mobile in general? Or is that learned data just specific to that site? Or
So this change is implemented by a human, right? So someone it depends on the customer what sort of testing they want to do.
okay, so you really are based on the customers of that.
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
There's
So
no macro data beyond.
Correct. We're not trying to generalize across sites. We're trying to tell you just for your specific site.
Okay.
And so you do have to wait. In reality, when it's not a cooking show, you have to wait for data to actually come in, which might take weeks, or depending on the size of your test, it might take a month or two to collect that data. Cool.
So there's no existing baseline data. He just intrigued me with the question that he asked.
Baseline for what type of thing?
Let me talk about it tangentially. So, like, say I have a BI stack in the real estate sector, and I have set up all my firewalls correctly, but all of the data in the data pool is from all of my accounts. So all the accounts have access to the data from all the other confidential accounts, so they can see what is the baseline for a specific industry or for a specific service, but each of those accounts are protected, so it's like sterilized data.
I see. Most of the tests that we run aren't trying to generalize across different accounts to get the baseline. Most of the tests that are standard A/B tests are, the question is, you have what you've already been shipping, and you have some idea for a change, and is that change actually better or not, is kind of the core question. So often the answer is no. Often the answer is what you already had is as good. There isn't any significant difference between the two of them. But when there is that change, this will definitely let you know both what the change is and how confident we are. So we can come back to this at the end if there's more questions, because I think we're going to, as we get into the more machine learning side of things, there might be more of the generalization that we can talk about. But let's.
But the key point is that these are siloed within each account. Every customer's data is compared to their own data on the original. So that was a simple A/B test. Now an A/B test that we ran runs on all your visitors, and they are chosen randomly and put into one variation or the other. But now you may have a need for personalization. You might say, okay, I have people coming in from warm weather to my website, and people coming in from a place where it's winter. I want to show them different experiences. And so the first step here is to identify your visitors that are coming in and are interested in warm weather clothing versus cold weather clothing. And you want to create two separate experiences for them. This is called personalization. Here we have two audiences. Let me show you. So you have cold weather shoppers, and you want to show them something like this when they land on your web page. And you have people from a sunny, warm weather, and you want to show them this, right? So the key is here, again, you personalize, and then here you're showing two audiences, but then you can take it to the extreme where you have one-to-one personalization. You show a unique set of experiences to an individual based on their browsing behavior on your site. Now an example of that is recommendations, a particular kind of recommendations that Ethan's going to talk about in some time. I'm going to also address the issue of how do you identify, how do you define these audiences? Because that itself is not an easy task sometimes. How do you define if someone's interested in warm weather clothing or cold weather clothing?
Cool, but just to recap, what Ajit showed is kind of the bread and butter, what Optimizely has been doing for the last 10 years successfully with lots of our clients who are other companies. We allow them to make A/B tests to see statistical significance and ship with confidence the versions that are better, and we allow them to personalize and run campaigns to give different experiences to different parts of that audience. But you don't actually need all of that complication to have huge impact. One of the very first A/B tests that was ever run was by one of our co-founders, Dan, when he was working on the Obama campaign. All they wanted to do was change a simple image and see what was the uplift. How much did that simple image make a change? So they had the version on the left over here, which is more about being a leader, and they had the version on the right where he's with his family. So just show of hands, who thinks the version on the left would actually do better at getting people to click that sign up button? Okay, and who thinks the version on the right would do better at getting people to click the sign up button? Really? Okay, so I thought the version on the left would be better. Turns out when they tested it, the version on the right was actually the one that was better. This in fact was the one that they shipped. They didn't have to argue within their team as to which one was more inspiring. They were able to get statistical confidence, which is really what we're all about. They were able to ship the right version, which went on to actually help them raise $60 million in campaign funding. So since then, we actually have moved on to much, much more complex experiences that we help our clients experiment over. So they experiment over front-end things. We showed you some examples of how quick and easy it can be to change a color, to change some text on something, on a button, to change the images, or even change the layout. Some of the other things that increasingly our customers are experimenting on are things in the back end where you're going to have to do a lot of more complex programming. You might have to pull in an engineering team in order to even create that experience. Things like what search algorithm you're using. How do you personalize content? So not just what the header image is, but everything across the entire site personalized. And of course, recommendations, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And it's not just for web anymore. We're also helping people test on mobile, really any touch point in their digital experience. But I actually want to take this as an example to talk about how we think about DxO internally. So not every experiment is equally easy to run. Sometimes things like images or copy, when I say copy, I just mean the text, the wording on buttons or headers. Those are things that are extraordinarily easy to change. Anybody, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a marketer, can change this in just a couple seconds and start testing. These are the experiments where we have tons and tons of this type of experiment. It's also pretty easy to change layout, colors, themes, anything like that. We have fewer of these experiments because you might need to get a designer on your team to help you out, but we still have tons of those. The ones where traditionally we have a lot fewer are those ones where you need back-end data and logic. You have to pull in your engineering team. I call these behavior experiments. How do you actually experiment over the behavior of your entire site or some limited aspect of it? And perhaps the most complex experiments of all are what I would call product market fit experiments. You're really trying to find out who your target customer is and how do they behave to different content. And if I could sum everything up, I would say the purpose of the ML team, where Ajith and I work, is to make these last two types of experiments that were the hard ones, where you would need to pull in an engineering team, as easy to run as the first experiments. That's sort of our overarching goal as the ML team. And we're going to show you a few concrete examples of that. So how does machine learning actually help with DxO, now that we've given our definition of DxO and how we think it breaks down? Well, we want to help you start experiments faster. Ajith is about to talk about adaptive audiences and how easy it is to set up an audience. We want you to actually run your experiments faster. We have a product called Multi-Arm Bandits and Stats Accelerator that let you get to that statistical confidence with even fewer data points by actually asking strategically the right data points. We want you to experiment on more things. When I talk about recommendations, that's another whole surface of experimentation. And eventually, we want to help you create better experiments, experiments that really get to the heart of your the questions that are important. There was a question?
Yeah, just one phrase definition of multi-armed bandits.
Yeah. So multi-arm bandits is I know it's a weird terminology. It's all about exploring and exploiting what you've learned. So imagine that you walk into a restaurant, there's a huge menu, and you want to order the thing that you are going to enjoy the most. Well, if you've never been there, you have no idea which of those is the best option. If you've been there a few times, maybe you've tried a few of the different options and you have some guess as to which of those options is your favorite. Multi-arm bandits help you strategically decide when should I try something new I've never tried before, in other words, explore, or when to try something that you know how good it is and simply exploit the knowledge that you already have. That's what multi-arm bandits are really about. You can think about this in the context of an ad campaign. Maybe you have 5 different versions of the same ad.
I just hung up on the functionality. Is it API or what is a bandit?
It is when you have several different options, it will decide which of those options you should try next given some context. So who's coming into the site, how much you've already learned about the options that you have.
So,
So
just to put some
something is
historical
so
context on
let me
that.
try and repeat it back. So there's something that's automated on my behalf that takes one decision point away from me.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can imagine, as Ajit was showing, he did an experiment where it was 50-50. You could have experiments that have more than 2 options. Maybe you say 20% to this version, 10% to this version, 15% to this version. What the multi-arm bandit will do is adjust those based on how much you've already learned and how sure you are. And it will do it in a strategic way so that hopefully you don't have to collect the full amount of data that you would if you were just randomly choosing. That it's strategic about finding the best options. That's the one product we're really not going to talk very much about today because that one we've had it for longer, it's up and stable. We want to talk about the new exciting things that Ajit and I have been working on recently.
So it's just to give you a historical idea where this name came from, it comes from the slot machines which are called one-armed bandits. So you go into a casino and there's many of these one-armed bandits, so multi-armed bandit, and you don't know anything about their payoff. So initially you'll explore them, you'll play all of them, and then you'll get an idea of what their payoff is. And then at that point you have to decide, should I explore more or should I play something that I'm fairly certain about? Because if you explore, you might get more and more. And so that's where the terminology comes from.
I guess I need to gain one more.
Anyway, let's dive in with Ajit talking about adaptive audiences.
All right, so the first step in creating an experiment or a personalization campaign is to decide what audience you want to target. Now, once you know what audience you want to target, you have to define that audience in a way that you can programmatically identify a particular individual, whether they're part of this audience or not. Let's say you're a retailer with a large catalog of items. You have outdoor furniture, indoor furniture, you have bedding, you have kitchenware, and you want to run a special campaign for people who are interested in outdoor furniture. All right, so one way you could do that is to define a behavioral rule-based audience, which would probably look something like this. So you would say, I want to identify visitors who viewed my product detail page at least 10 times in the last 30 days, where each of these views had the category equals furniture, and maybe the title contains the word outdoor. Now, this is a particular rule-based system that you can set up, but it's fairly rigid, and it's very specific in that you have to have that word outdoor showing up in the title. What if your visitor is looking at furniture that has maybe the Adirondack chairs in the title, right? Like it doesn't have outdoor at all, but these chairs are used for outdoor seating. You could have other examples of such furniture that really are outdoor, but not really have the word outdoor. So we want some flexibility in describing this audience. Right? So this is where we built adaptive audiences, where our customers can simply use a collection of keywords that capture the essence of this audience. So they could use keywords such as deck, dining, furniture, outdoor, patio, and so on. Right? Now, the critical point here is that these words themselves need not appear in the pages that your customers are viewing. Okay. Question? No. So let's ignore this histogram for a moment. I'll come back to it. But the idea is, given these keywords, Optimizely is going to look at every visitor to this site and rank them based on their affinity to these keywords, based on what they have been looking at, based on the pages that they have been viewing. Right. So how do we actually learn what they're looking at? What do we look at to identify if they have some affinity? Again, the Optimizely editor can help us. Customers can load a page in the editor and select tags, basically pieces of text on that page, and say, here, take a look at this. Take a look at the title, take a look at the description on a product detail page, and use natural language processing or whatever it is that you have to be able to tell if this page has affinity to these words that I've given you. And transitively, you can look at every visitor and look at all the different pages that they're looking at. And then you can rank or score a visitor based on the affinity of what they viewed to the keywords that you're. Right?
Quick question?
Yep.
Oh, and again, it's just a simple definition. When I think adaptive, I think of like, disability access? What is adaptive audience?
So adaptive is the audience definition adapts to the behavior of the visitors. So let's say an individual is interested in outdoor furniture today, and so they're looking at various pages that have to do with outdoor furniture. But then maybe tomorrow or the next week, they're no longer. Maybe they bought some outdoor furniture. They now need kitchenware. So their browsing behavior changes. And the audience scoring adapts to this change in behavior. Right? It scores them lower on this audience, so that you can adapt to changing behavior across all your visitors. So let's dive a little bit into the technology that's powering this. We look into natural language processing, and particularly a technology called word embeddings to drive adaptive audiences. So at its core, word embedding is the idea where you can take a word, an English word or some other language, and assign it to a point in really high dimensional space. So it could be hundreds of dimensions. So this word has a bunch of numbers attached to it. Okay? And the key point is there's technology that does it, and some of its properties are similar words are clustered together in this space. So you could have sunny, summer, hot, all together, and other words that signify summer and heat. And then you can have winter, icy, cold, all of them clustered together. So what you can do in this space, you can search for words that are nearby, and they would typically have the same sense. You can also then define something called a similarity score. So if two vectors are close together, then you can compute a score, a number between -1 and +1, that tells you how similar they are. So a number of 0.89 tells you that these two vectors are very close by. And if they are divergent, they're pointing in different directions, then you might get a score that is negative. Now this is an important concept, and it's used to rank visitors. Right? We'll look into that in a little bit. There's other interesting properties of word embeddings. We don't use some of them, but I thought it might be interesting just to put them here. So you have the vector of the point for Paris, you have the point for France, and you can take the difference between them because they are in this space where you can do algebra. So you can take the difference between them. You have the word for the US, and then you can take that difference vector from the previous between Paris and France and add it to the US. And you'll find a vector that the endpoint is very close to Washington, DC. Right? So this looks like kind of magic. And there's like a bunch of other examples where you could take the difference between man and woman and add it to uncle, you'll find a word that's close to aunt. Right? So the reason this happens is because the underlying machine learning technology that embeds words into these spaces is trained on a large corpus of text like Wikipedia, which has a lot of information about human artifacts, history, businesses, relationships, wars, all kinds of things in it. Therefore, this high-dimensional embedding captures a lot of information about these words in their various places where it can occur. Question?
Did an Optimizely team train the data?
No. This is available to us in the public domain. So this was initially popularized by Google. They released this called this embedding called Word2Vec, and then Facebook also released their own version called FastText. I think Google's is trained on Google News, and Facebook trains it on Wikipedia.
If we had a very different type of text that we were looking at, we would train our own model on it. But we use some of their models also because they have a way larger data set to look at other languages. Some of our customers send us data in Russian and French and Spanish as well as just the English ones. So we want to use as large of a data set as we could get to train this model.
When I think about training, I think about the AI for Good manifesto. I think of local AI for Good. That was a Kung Fu graduate.
I'm not sure.
So going back to adaptive audiences, So, cast all this.
Basically, this type of model could ace the analogy section on the SAT.
All right. So, adaptive audience is now going back. We define, the customer defines a set of keywords. Right? Each of those words has a point in space. You can add all of them to get a summary of what this audience is trying to capture. So in this case, if it's summer, beach, camping, there's a vector in space that corresponds to all of these words together. And then imagine a visitor landing on a page and reading or looking at that page. The words that are in those tags, which our customers said are important, also have the same embedding. So you can summarize all of them to get a vector that represents what this visitor is seeing. And then as they browse, you can give them a score. As they browse, you get a vector, you get a score, and you look at more summary kind of products. Your score keeps improving. And at some point, your score is within that little cone that our customers say is important. Say they want to target high score visitors. Question?
Do you allow the people to specify the weights for those different contributing parts of the layout? Because I'd say title doesn't mean as much as subtext that I can't see from here.
At this point, no. You just specify typically one or two pieces of text that are usually below the above the fold. If they're more descriptive, the better. But you don't need a lot of text because even a title can provide enough information about what that product is.
But is it how the subtext could bias it to be something that's not as related as the title?
Well, that means that if your pages are not set up right, or if their subtext is not really related to what that product is, then it's not much.
The user does get to choose what fields go into it. There's a little checkbox that says use this for semantic indexing, which basically lets us know that's a field we should pay attention to for this. So if they wanted to not pay attention to the title, they simply wouldn't include that as one of the fields to pay attention to.
So going back to so you can look at the adaptive audience maybe on this. This histogram now, down here, is a distribution of every single visitor that this customer has, ranked with respect to the keywords that we have here. Right? There are some people who are really interested in summer and summer-related stuff, so they have high scores, and others who are not, and most people fall somewhere in the middle. Now the customers can tell us they're interested only in the high score visitors, and by using this slider, they can simply give us a cutoff as to where they want us to decide whether it's part of this audience or not.
When you say customer, you're talking about your customer.
Our customer.
Not the
Visitor is someone who goes to their site. Okay. So, Creighton Bell, one of our customers, has used adaptive audiences. They've set up several different campaigns because they have a good collection of catalog, people with outdoor furniture needs, people looking for bedding, people looking for kitchenware, things of that sort. So they can personalize and target each of these different audiences. As they land on the homepage, they maybe can show them something interesting about what their particular audience category is. Right? Like maybe if they're looking for outdoor furniture, maybe there's a sale going on. You can highlight that on the page. And with that, they had a lot of success. In one of their campaigns, they had the conversion rate go up 6% and revenue go up 20% for that particular campaign, which is a pretty big deal. So and bounce rate go down. So they were very interested in using one of our early customers to use this.
I don't know, did you benchmark this method versus one that looks at the demographics or segments of it, behavioral versus
Well, they actually ran a campaign where they used this versus some other method of audience segmentation, which they used a third party to do. And they got these numbers.
Can you sort of use this audience for other purposes? Like,
Yep.
do you export it into an advertising platform, for example?
It's possible to do that, but at the moment we don't have anyone doing it. But you can, in theory, do this.
Are you identifying the users by cookies or accounts?
So we identify with a cookie, with a persistent cookie. I mean, if they delete the cookie, then they get a new cookie and then a new user.
And if you have the accounts, then that could be tied to an email. That you get.
That's right. Those are signed in. That's right. That's for a signed in use case, but pretty much a lot of use cases are not signed in. Question?
I'm curious how the bounce rate would go down because that's an initial visitor. Is that a modification based on previous visits of other anonymous users?
I'm not entirely sure how they set up their particular bounce rate. Each customer typically has their own metrics that they've set up.
There's no session happening there and it's anonymous coming in, so I'm trying to figure out how that. It's probably based on history or other.
Right.
That's a good point. I assumed you were talking the whole time about warm traffic, not cold traffic. These are people that had visited before and been cooked.
Right.
You're showing them something different the next time.
That's right. I mean, without history. Without a history, we don't have any adaptive audience score for them.
No worries, yeah, I just curious.
Okay, so we talked so far about how does machine learning help DA. So we talked about adaptive audiences that helps you start experiments faster. You're able to define an audience using simple keywords, and we do the heavy lifting for you. And you can then start experimenting and personalizing on that audience. Ethan's going to talk about adaptive recommendations, where you can then provide content in the personalized for the personalization campaign, and you can show customers recommendations based on their behavior or some other type of algorithm.
Yep. So thank you, Ajit, for walking us through adaptive audiences. Adaptive audiences is actually recently available to all of our enterprise Optimizely customers. Adaptive recommendations will be within a month or two. So we're almost in beta right now, and we've been testing with probably a handful, 6 or 7 customers. So recommendations, whereas adaptive audiences was kind of a net new idea, using machine learning to power that, everybody has some experience with recommendations. Whether it's on Amazon, people that bought this also bought that type of recommendation, or on YouTube, what should you watch next, or news sites, what should you read next. So what recommendations are, a lot of people already know. In this case, this is our fake product site, Attic and Button again, and we have recommendations on here. What our take on recommendations is that you should really be experimenting on your recommendations. You should not just take it out of the box, put it on your site, rinse your hands and say, I'm done, set it and forget it. You want to be experimenting because the world is always changing. Even if you have a good recommendation set up, the people who are coming to your site are changing, the content that you are hosting on your site is changing, the fashions underlying that are changing. Even if you kept the same content, you kept the same users, which you can't, what is hot in any given month will always be changing. So you want to always be adapting and finding out what is new. And so our goal with our product, in fact, is to get to where variations of experiments that you're running are actually different algorithms, different filters, and different settings of behaviors on your whole site. So let's take a look at this in practice.
Quick question while you're queuing it up.
Yep.
Are there any non-Optimizely data sources for the users? I mean, I'm just thinking, of course, Facebook, any social media.
So you jumped to my big reveal at the end, which was going to be you can pull in third-party data, and we're able to help you test even against that. But we'll get there soon. Okay, so this is our fake product site, Attic and Button. And of course, what we're aiming for is, as a visitor, if you're looking at a page, you'll be able to scroll down and have recommendations. You know, if you're looking at the Johnny Hawaiian button-down t-shirt, which is perfect for dads on vacation, it should be suggesting things like the Aloha short sleeve. So cool, it works. So that's what we're aiming for as the final output that your visitors see. let's look at how you would actually set this up as a user. Our goal, hopefully you've seen with the visual editor and you've seen with adaptive audiences, our goal is to make it easy enough that anyone can do, even though it's powered by machine learning under the hood. You shouldn't need to know what the machine learning is doing in order to use it. So I want to show you, hopefully you'll say that's pretty simple, how simple it is to set up a recommendations campaign. So the first thing is to go to the product page and choose the different fields that you actually care about. In this case, we're going to choose the title, the price, we're going to choose the description, some of the images. So these are all the tags. We call these tags, but these are basically the data fields. We're also going to choose any events that we think are particularly relevant. So if someone were to click on this add to cart, that would be one type of event. Of course, every page has a default was viewed event. And we can add anything else that we like. So for example, if someone were to click on the tweet, we can say add an event. Somebody clicks on this, we'll call this Twitter share. And just like that, we should have, oh, I think we might have gotten logged out. Otherwise, it would have saved that. But that's the idea. Can you log back in real quick? Okay. Sorry about that. Anyway, what I'm trying to show is that to set up your page is actually incredibly easy. And this is one element that several of our customers actually like. They don't have to push to us when a new piece of data comes on. If they add a new item to their catalog, we simply will pick that up in the event stream. So it's extremely adaptive to them adding new content. A lot of our retail customers might add 30 to 50 items in a given day, and of course in spring or summer they'll dump a whole collection of several hundred. But that's the setup process. How we tell it what pieces of the page to actually pay attention to, what events. The next step that we do is to actually set up the recommenders. So we set up a catalog, and then we'll set up recommenders, which are what's going to run every single night. So let's take a look at what these look like. You're going to choose an algorithm. I'll talk about the different algorithms that we offer in a second. And you're going to choose what events are the input to that algorithm. In this case, here's a view event, and here as a boost event to signify a special strength, we're using that add to cart button click. And then the final step is you can add filters, which are business logic. You might want to say, you know, I need for the category of the item that they're looking at to match the category of the item that we're recommending.
Can you use non-optimizedly events? So say I'm the dad searching for the Hawaiian shirt, and I don't like shopping, so I'm Facebook messaging my wife, hey, will it track like the things that you're doing while you're logged in?
So right now, Optimizely doesn't track anything that isn't happening on the page itself. You probably wouldn't want us to. But it is possible in the future that we could peer and incorporate other event streams. But right now, we only track the things that are happening on that page. As far as the things that are happening on that particular page, the sky is the limit. You can write custom JavaScript to define your own event. So we've had retail customers define things like the person stayed on the page at least 20 seconds, or they interacted with like a color picker to try different versions of the dress or the table or whatever that item is that they're looking at. You can really write custom events. As long as you can define that event in JavaScript, we're able to count that as an event that can then be used in this recommendation engine. So let me talk really quickly about the different, oh yeah, go ahead.
Looking at the exclude filter logic, and wondering if you have like a way to just like blacklist certain recommendations. Because I was at Amazon working on the recommendations, and we run into some weird ones where suddenly like Barbies might recommend some adult films.
Yeah, that's precisely the use case of these filters, where you can set up exclude rules to like completely remove a category of recommendations or anything else that you can identify through the tags.
Can you track cursor movement or scrolling?
Yeah, anything that happens on the front page, you could write a custom event for. We have a few really common events like clicks or interactions with certain elements that are very common. But you can write arbitrary JavaScript. If you can detect it happening on the page with JavaScript, which almost anything can be, then you can count that as an event. So yes, that's extremely important to a lot of our customers, to have that control over both when bad things happen, like your example, to be able to shut it down quickly, or just to even give very specific behavior that they want. Sometimes they want to say, not all of our customers are necessarily recommending items that they sell. For some of our customers, they're recommending pieces of information. So they might be using our recommendation engine on a help page, and the pieces of the items they're recommending are PDF white papers you could download, or blog posts that explain how to set something up, or a tutorial. So in that case, sometimes they want to say really strict rules, like only have one PDF, only have one video, only have one blog post. So they can set up arbitrarily strict rules using this. It's basically a tiny programming language that they can set up the filters as much as they want. So this has been really important as we've kind of matured the product. This is what customers are constantly asking for. We really need the ability to specify the filters. And in fact, that's one of the things that we suggest that they experiment on. That is a whole other surface of experimentation. If you remember, one of the goals of the ML products is to provide more surface for you to experiment on. Even if you're running the same algorithm, you might get completely different behavior if you say, don't show me anything from this category. You might have completely different recommendations. So we very much suggest that that's something you experiment on. Let me talk about, oh, yeah.
You still have to go back and code that web page, even for the test.
When you say code the web page, you mean the original?
Insert, say, a video clip or something like that in the future.
Well, I'm about to, in fact, show how we do that. So Optimizely has a tool called extensions. This is an example. Oh, I think it just logged me out. So Optimizely has a tool called extensions. Extensions are kind of like templates of code that can bring a certain functionality to your website. And so we've written an extension for serving recommendations. In fact, here is this example extension. So this is the code that you would have to code up, and instead you can basically take it out of the box, change one or two values. These are the IDs of the literal recommenders that you set up in the previous step. And with that, it will suddenly use one behavior or another. And you have this type of interface now where you can say, actually, let's try the co-buy algorithm. And that will actually load different recommendations. So,
I have in mind, I think, I'm trying to remember who it was, one of the companies here in town. It knows your size, your metrics, and then would pick out a particular clothing and tuxedos, dresses. Anyway, pick that out and then show you in that dress or whatever.
So that's a level of even more personalization that we're going to actually mention at the very end, where it remembers certain things about you specifically.
Yeah, but the algorithm was theirs of putting clothing, and you could move around as I have to remember how it would work.
Well, let me show really quickly the different algorithms that we have out of the box. So one of the algorithms that we use is called co-browse. This is essentially Amazon's people that bought this also bought this. So people who are looking at the same thing that you are looking at, that is how these recommendations are generated. If you are on a furniture website, of which we have some who are our customers, if you're looking at a table, this will likely recommend other tables because that's what other users went to look at while they were looking at a table. Another algorithm we have is co-buy. So this is people that bought certain items together. If you're on a furniture site and you're looking at a table, very likely it's going to recommend chairs because who buys two tables at the same time? Most of the time when someone buys a table, they buy a chair or some complementary item. So the difference between these two is similar items versus complementary items. Another algorithm that's very simple is popular. So this is simply counting up what happens the most. So you could use a view event into that, and these would be the most viewed items on your whole site. You could put a different event in and get a very different behavior. For example, put the buy event in or the social share event in, and you would be getting the most frequently bought items or the most frequently talked about items on your site. And the last one is collaborative filtering, which is to the user specific, to the visitor specific. So by looking at what users like you typically examine, we're able to give you extremely personalized recommendations. At the end, we'll show how we can combine some of these to start with a good baseline that is general and then move it more and more specific to personalize it directly to the person. The reason that we have these different algorithms out of the box, as well as a few that are coming in short order, is because these are very different use cases that people typically ask us for. But towards one of the questions that somebody asked a little bit ago, you're actually able to, you don't have to only use the algorithms that we supply. You can actually point where this is loading the recommendation data from to a third party, and we've done a few prototypes of that recently. I'm not going to mention which companies but that we've done this with, but they're very large and sell lots of things. And have their own personalization suites. So you are able to test third-party recommendations right there against the recommendations we're providing to see which ones are better, and I'll show you at the end how you can even combine those together. So our goal is to get it to the point where you can actually compare these to each other. So you're going to be testing things about the form factor. How are you actually showing the recommendations? There's a ton of testing you can do there. You're going to be testing things about the algorithm. You're going to be testing things about the filtering. There's a whole surface of experimentation around recommendations, and we want to lower the bar so that anyone can do that. And one final thing that we do is we provide downloadable CSV files so that you can examine all the data that we have. So for example, this is what your account looks like to us. This is actually running on Optimizely's help pages. It's recommending different articles. So each of these items is a different article on Optimizely's tutorials and help pages. You can use this to make sure that we're actually collecting the data correctly. And then we also have a CSV of the summary stats. And here you can learn things about how different items are distributed. One thing that we see very frequently is that some items get all the love. So for example, the top page is having 140 some views a week, and most of your items only have a few views a week. That's very normal. We see that across the board, whether you're a retail site, whether you're a site where your items are pieces of information, and I'll come back to that at the very end. But hopefully this has been a really quick walkthrough of our recommendations product that is going to be going into beta shortly. And if I can kind of tie everything back together, just like with adaptive audiences, we're really trying to use machine learning to make it so that people who don't necessarily have an engineering team at their disposal can set up these complex experiments that in the past you would have had to have an engineering team putting up servers, doing all of that logic. We want to make it as simple that somebody can set this up in the course of a few minutes, which hopefully is what we have just showed you. So to wrap things up, I actually want to, now that we're 3/4 of the way through our talk about machine learning, I actually want to define machine learning and talk a little bit about how we think about machine learning. And this will lead to what types of things are we working on in the future as well. So what exactly is machine learning? If you're trying to study some process, you might have a programmer take their best guess and write a function. In this case, maybe I'm trying to figure out the price of a house, and I have how many square feet that house is. This would be a really bad guess at the price of the house, by the way, if your input was number of square feet. But the point is, I take something in, and I'm able to predict whatever it is that I'm studying. A completely different way that you might go about this is instead to have a statistician choose a model, where a model is essentially the class of all types of functions that look like that. And these question marks have to be filled in. And the way we're going to fill them in is by looking at the actual data that we've collected. When we combine the model with the data that we've collected, we're actually able to learn a function. So essentially, machine learning gives us a way to, instead of writing functions, having humans write functions, having humans choose the model that makes the most sense, and instead have the data create the function for you. This is sort of a shift in how we think about things. Now, what we're able to do with that function then is predict even points that were not in the original data set. Of course, you have to choose the right model. If you choose a model that's too simple, you're not going to have a good time. In this case, you might need some sort of parabola instead of a line. Choosing a line, you're not going to have a very good fit. So you have to make sure you're choosing a reasonable model. And you have to make sure also you're not choosing too powerful of a model. In this case, you did a really good job of going through every point, but this model probably isn't capturing the underlying true behavior. You're probably capturing lots of the noise. So a lot of what machine learning is about today is how can we use more and more powerful models and that they can describe very complicated dynamics and yet not overfit. everything that you hear about in terms of deep learning, deep nets, neural nets, is really models that have a lot of flexibility how to actually train those so that they don't overfit. So the problem I just talked about is a form of regression where we're trying to predict a real value. There's also, of course, classification where you're trying to guess which class a certain data point is in. Ajit, when he talked about adaptive audiences, was doing a version of classification. There's clustering, which is without necessarily knowing the true grouping of points, looking at where they are based on similarity. Depending on what model you use, the same data set may have different clusterings that are reasonable. And then more recently, things that used to be just a sub-part of machine learning are getting more and more spotlight shown on them. So for example, dimensionality reduction, feature engineering, and representation learning, these used to be things that you would do in the process of getting your model to work very well that increasingly are important. For example, when Ajit talked about training a language model, that was actually an example of representation learning. Instead of looking at words as strings of characters, we're thinking about them in a different representation that is a point in some high-dimensional space. So, if you take anything away from this, machine learning is basically learning a function from the data. So if that's what machine learning is, what is AI? AI, we think about as completely separate because it's more about what strategy, the decisions and actions we use to reach a specific goal. So that's why things that look a lot like search algorithms often are considered in AI, even though they aren't very machine learning. Sometimes you may have to combine the two, and the function that you're learning actually is a machine learned function that then your AI is going to take and make decisions based on. For example, when they had AlphaGo, which was one of the strongest AI players at the game of Go, they basically use minimaximization, which is a game playing algorithm to explore all the different states of the game. And they use machine learning to learn a heuristic function to be able to look at a board and guess how strong one player's position was versus another. So that's an example of using machine learning and AI together. But if I just sum it up in one sentence, you need ML to guess, is the thing in front of me in the crosswalk a human or not? You need AI to decide, should I drive on through or should I actually hit the brakes? So in one sentence, ML is all about learning a function. AI is all about making a decision to reach a goal. And it might use those functions, but it doesn't necessarily have to. One other distinction we like to talk about is automation. So automation is all about taking an action on behalf of the user, and you may not need any human assistance at all. There's lots of places in our app where we have automation. If you set up recommendations, you don't necessarily have to update it. If you add things to your catalog, we will go on, we will adapt to that. In fact, the whole term in both adaptive audiences and adaptive recommendations of adaptation is about automation. So automation actually only needs to pair with AI if you're trying to be adaptive to a task that's dynamic. So an example of automation without any AI would be a stupid robot that simply welds in the same spot. If the car's off by a few centimeters, it's going to be welding the wrong two pieces together, but that's an example of automation. An example of AI without automation would be Waze. Waze is using data and trying to make the best decision to help you navigate and find where you're going, and yet your arms are how that AI acts on the world. So often we see AI and automation working together. For example, in our multi-arm bandit product that we mentioned a little bit before, that's an example of automation and AI working together. And the reason is you're actually making new decisions based on data you just gathered. So in order to do the explore-exploit trade-off. So why do I share all of this? Because of how we believe that it actually relates to experimentation. A lot of people might say, oh, if you have strong enough ML, why do you need experimentation at all? Both of them are about learning, except one of them you have to wait for data to actually come in. Why not just use ML, look at tons of past data, and you'll learn what you need to know? We actually don't think that they replace each other, we think they complement each other. And the reason is, ML is all about learning from data in the past. If you believe that the past will look a lot like the future, then you can glean powerful insights from there. But what you really should be experimenting on is changes to things that are net new. You should be coming up with new ideas, new features that you don't have data on, and that's exactly why you need to experiment. Experimenting is all about reaching into the world, changing something, and seeing the effect. And so if you're experimenting correctly, you're really going to be trying to figure out things about the underlying processes at play. So our overall belief about how these pieces fit together is that ML is very useful to find patterns in past data, and that can in fact lead to where you should be focusing your experimentation effort. Where should you be experimenting next? AI and automation are really powerful for actually executing the experiment, and in fact, maybe helping you reach your solution to gain value. But experimentation can never be replaced because you really need it to try net new ideas, and your whole goal should be to reveal underlying processes and ideas. So, as one final thing, I want to show you a prototype that we've been working on for recommendations. Optimizely is very engineer-driven in a lot of respects, and this was something that we actually came up with at a hackathon. So the recommendation product itself was from a hackathon a few years ago. This was from a more recent hackathon. The idea of this particular hack was, can we take different algorithms and combine them together? So in this case, you have the popular algorithms, you have the co-browse algorithms, a semantic algorithm that analyzes text, and you have a custom algorithm that is based on how much ROI that item brings. If you move these little sliders up and down, you get a different algorithm, and you also get a different set of recommendations. So how do we think these pieces should work together? Well, ML is actually generating what these the underlying outputs that these sliders on their own are generating. We think that you should use, what's that?
Connect that last column to price.
Yes, the custom ROI one basically is tracking price. It's tracking,
Okay,
well,
you
it's,
did that on, that's all your magic in it. You've seen that your God-given profit. And, no, but if I looked at it, I mean, if it was something that came down you could inspect, then your competitors are out there.
well,
Very near,
what we're trying to illustrate with the custom ROI is that it could be, you could basically bring your own algorithm to the table. In this case, the algorithm you're bringing to the table is, this is how much profit I make per this item, and so that's why you might want to recommend one versus another, if the rest of the aspects are equal. Anyway, what we don't think that it's actually worth a human's time to sit there and twiddle these knobs, to try every possible combination. That's work that's appropriate for AI. We do think it is worth a human's time to understand deeply the underlying processes and to come up with creative ideas around what those actual algorithms should be. So if I was a human experimenting over this, I might say, you know, I think that there's a whole nother piece of information we're not even paying attention to. There should really be a sixth one on the board that's part of this optimization process.
So these pictures come out of your catalog. You didn't turn them over to an automated design tool to design and end up with the prints that if someone really did buy it, you'd have to run out and do some numerical control type making of groups.
Yeah, all of these pictures are coming from the data from the catalog. Anyway, I hope that this gives an illustration of how we think ML, AI, and experimentation can work together fruitfully. That they don't replace each other, but they actually complement each other. AI can be powerful to actually run your experiments. ML can be powerful to show you where you should be experimenting and to quantify the relationship between different variables. But experimentation really should be shining a light on what those underlying processes are and where you should be trying new things next. So to sum up, sometimes asking the right question is in fact more valuable than getting a specific answer, because specific answers are going to change. As your users change, as their tastes change, as your company grows, all of the answers you have today that you're sure about are going to not really matter 6 months from now anyway. And yet asking the right questions about how your users behave is something that you can repeat every 6 months to eternity. So it's all, I really think that experimentation is all about asking better questions and focusing on the higher value, top of the DxO chain type experiments. Anyway, to sum up, this is what we talked about today. So what does Optimizely do? How does it fit into the DxO market? Then we showed 2 examples of products that we work on. That's Adaptive Audiences, Ajit showed, where you can, with a few keywords, figure out who you're trying to target. And I talked about adaptive recommendations, how hopefully anyone can set up a complex algorithm and have that serving to your site. And then finally, I talked a little bit about how we think ML and AI actually fit into experimentation. So that's it. Thank you very much for having us, and we'll take any questions now. this actual site was built on Shopify. So if you own the site, we can definitely, if you're able to put that JavaScript snippet in it, it doesn't matter to us if it's Shopify specifically. We don't necessarily have a inside deal that's any different from any other site that you would own.
Towards your last light at the end of the tunnel proposal, one of the things people seem to do with some of these AI techniques is make a predictive or generative model for the audience itself. So if you go on that far where you can simulate my customer, whether that actually kind of communicates.
Well, some of the things we're working on is to discover audiences. Yeah, so you have all these data points of your visitors, and at the moment you have to actually enter those keywords because you think there's an interesting audience there. What if we could actually look at your data, look at your metrics, and say, hey, there's this interesting audience here that you should probably look at and maybe experiment on. That would be something that's future looking.
And in fact, that actually relates to a question I remember you asked early on about baselines. So we actually do have a tool that we've been working on that can predict if an experiment is likely to be fruitful or not. So if you experiment on something very small, it could have an impact, but likely it's not going to have as big of an impact as if you change something much more global, move something above the fold, change the whole image or the call to action. Those types of things have a much larger effect. So in fact, we do have a tool that has been worked on internally and hopefully should be released soon to do exactly that, and that is along the lines of what you were asking about, can you simulate users? In a certain sense, yes. In another sense, no, because you need to capture every single important aspect about your site. So you can only learn so much from past data. And it is helpful to very quickly say, is this experiment going to be fruitful or not? But it isn't necessarily, if you're trying something net new, that's exactly where it's likely to break down.
So how does your stuff work on mobile device? And also, if you're running the application on an Edge server, like you can sneak something on Edge that runs on an app or on an IoT unit. So how does that work?
So it does work on mobile because we have a full stack offering. So what we showed mostly was web and web driven through the web app, but we have a full stack offering which is an SDK that you can run on mobile devices or any other devices where you can run your code.
Okay, full stack, like a full SDK.
Full stack SDK, various languages, Java, Node.js, Go, Ruby.
The same for an Edge, if it runs like on Edge server.
Yeah, you can run it on those as well.
In fact, that's one of the recent products that we just announced a few weeks ago at Opticon. We have Edge, what we call Edge experiments that in fact are running at the edge of the CDN, so you don't have to wait for round trips all the way to the server in order to decide certain things. Increasingly we've seen, as we've grown, we've seen customers kind of change in two ways. One is that web has become less important compared to the entire digital experience, all the different touch points. They want to experiment on the web, but then also make sure that that same user can be tracked in an app. And when they actually check into their hotel or whatever it is that they're actually experimenting on, they want to track the user through multiple digital touch points. That's one change we've seen. And then the other change we've seen is from smaller, simpler sites to ones that actually have whole data science teams. And so who our customer is over time has changed from I just want to be able to set it up to increasingly I want to see the stats myself and make sure that I understand everything. So, yeah.
Question. Yeah, first of all, in AI, you started out talking about recommendation engines, which is identifying that. Anyway, as I recall, that's TensorFlow. So you didn't really implement TensorFlow.
So TensorFlow actually is part of our underlying stack. TensorFlow is just a tool in the stack.
No, I know.
Okay. So
it didn't. But the other thing I noticed in a bigger scale is you've gone from just experimenting on a web app to actually becoming the sales app. The way I've heard you, if you were going after this boot and you didn't like it, and then you could suggest more things, you're now beginning to sell them at least on the client's product. Your client's product, whoever's going to contract you.
Absolutely, but it's not necessarily us hosting the site, it's
No,
us
no,
helping.
it was something that could be set up by your client.
Mhm.
And this person I spoke of, and I remember the name now, was Gold Metrics, and I don't know if anybody had ever met her. I think the company's here, but she's out on the West Coast. But you could actually have seen it on your leg and say, oh, I like the way that looks, and just go ahead and buy it. In other words, you could try it, virtually try it on.
Is this some augmented reality app?
This was, I think a couple of years ago, she actually did it, but I think it's a regular web app. And you're seeing the tuxedos, and I guess you can try on a tuxedo.
I guess that's what comes next, I guess, but,
Oh, the company's here.
cool. Any other questions? Yep.
When you evaluate the experimentation performances, how do you offset the statistical differences?
So we compare to a baseline all the time. So if you're, there's noise in both baseline and other variations. And the statistical engine that powers the results page takes into account all of this. So use a sequential probability ratio test to handle, so it's very conservative in the beginning, and then as you get more and more samples, the threshold for deciding whether something is significant or not goes down.
Is it helpful to design experiment to make sure the testing is very accurate?
There's some customers who run an AA test in the beginning to get some confidence that, typically AA tests, you should see nothing change.
And by AA test, you mean both
Exactly,
arms
both arms
are
are
exactly
exactly
the same.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pardon me?
So you have the original plus the output.
Oh, just separately?
Thanks for helping us.
How long are you personally nice and optimized? How long are you personally?
We're pulling out Tuesday. Yep.
Yeah, so you get to have this.
Is that right now?
Yeah, coming up with the algorithm.
Yeah, I was watching. So where were we?
Yeah. So on Cloudflare.
I gotta make the second one go fast. For example. Yeah, that was. Which I kind of anticipated watching those previously.
Yeah, they can. Depending on how they have their own place on the cell tower.
Do you think it landed correctly?
If you have the right API, they can.
Some of it, hopefully some of it did. I know there's a lot, maybe that was too much content, trying to pack in, but
seeing the tooling work was really, I think that connected a lot of dots for people, especially I know it's a live, yeah, it's done, that was a good thing. So, I think most of
They could run their experiment in whatever device that they are running. No, you can think about a customer selling a bunch of things, but recommending it to their customers. Right? So they're saying,
I think that's what people aren't necessarily
I remember that was some of the questions for the guy who spoke right before us. Like, do you guys have internal tools in Bing.com? Or how are one-person teams running tests? Don't you need engineering effort to do the test? And I was like, oh, that's a great segue into some of the stuff we want to talk about. By the way, I want to frame the whole NL team effort to some of these tests that normally you would need a team of engineers to even implement. That now, with a few clicks, hopefully, we can be your engineering team.
I probably make everybody a tester. That's really what it's in a safe way. You don't want to give people too much leeway necessarily.
Yeah, I liked how you tied it. So the
How did you like the presentation?
Great.
Thank you so much for the informative presentation. I learned a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
I was wondering if I could get a copy of the slides.
Yeah, just ask Ajit or leave your email, and we're definitely able to share them.
Okay.
I was watching the time a little bit, and we kind of, we knew where we wanted to be at the halfway point, and at the halfway point we were 40 minutes in. I was like, uh-oh, I need to make the last.
Very engaged.
Yeah, a lot of questions. There were some questions where I didn't understand the question. I was like, how do I move past the question?
Awesome. Thank you for that. And keeping everybody focused and moving forward with the materials you have. That was great.
It's going to be a fascinating future, then. That's what I surmise.
Well done.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
Yeah.
Very good.
I love it a lot.
So, gentleman asked me a question. What's your name?
Anthony.
Anthony. Saying, which sounds a little more, so what you described is each word is a point in some high-dimensional space.
Right.
And then we were talking about, like, what if you have recipes that are very similar, but maybe subtly different from each other? Could you find, like, the center of a space represented by that cluster?
Of recipes.
Which made me think of, like, I don't know, latent semantic indexing or something, where there's this high-dimensional space where each dimension is a word, right? And then you could put, like, each recipe is a point in that space.
Right.
And you can find, like, the center of that space and say what the center of that space
And
is. Is that latent semantic, or is that called something else? Am I misremembering the term?
So latent semantic indexing is more like, it's more of a matrix algorithm, where you're trying to factor a matrix in order to find similar groups to each other.
Okay.
But
That's different from that.
I mean, you with this type of embedding, you definitely could find the center, and that would be like the average recipe.
Right.
And so it would be like, well, all these 20 recipes are just this recipe minus the olive oil plus the vinaigrette or something. And so, yeah, that would be.
Because I was thinking with the vectors, let's say you have someone says sugar, someone says stevia, but you know it's a sweetener, right? In some form or fashion. You would, okay.
In fact, IBM Watson did something similar to this with recipes, where they were able to generate new recipes based on what they thought would fit well together. So it might be a recipe no one in the history of the world has ever actually written down before, and they would cook it, and they would taste it, and they would go, oh yeah, this makes sense, and they could look and they go, okay, well this is sort of being replaced for that, and that kind of makes sense. So yeah, exactly what you were saying, where two things that are quite similar to each other in it wouldn't be in NLP space, it would be in taste space or something, or whatever function it's playing in that recipe. So if you were going to train up on that, you probably wouldn't want to use the out-of-the-box word embeddings like we're using.
Yeah.
You'd probably want to take hundreds of thousands of recipes and train them.
Okay.
Right. So it would be a more tailored embedding, which it learns from different recipes, and that would be more suitable to.
Okay. And what would that space be called? I mean, as far as reading up on or
Your business plan.
Right. So this particular technology is called word embedding.
Word embedding.
Yeah. So if you word to vec is a very
common one.
Okay.
And fast text.
Fast text
I'm
is
sorry,
less well known.
is in our business
Word
plan,
to
do we
vec,
become the
the
vendor
two
that
is
does
a
what?
It does
number
all
two.
that nice magic word there.
In your cloud. Yeah, there's a bunch of papers on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally I'm not sure I totally understood what you were asking.
I appreciate it. All right, thanks.
DXO for an app that eventually
You're saying we might have to ask someone.
the guy was using it.
You guys might
some
validate
pictures
any of the slides that stuff that
on the web
the one
and I didn't ask the question. I was thinking, oh, that's cool. You go ahead and put these on
Okay. So
that's what you use.
specifically in this slide, we don't mention anyone that isn't already public information. The only thing that even could be be questionable is the last bit where it's showing the hackathon demo. But I've already been talking to the patent lawyers about this. The only thing to be careful of is if you announce something publicly, then you have a year to file a patent. But we're already on that, so I don't think that this is it. I don't think there would be any issue, but you can check with whoever you think is right to check with.
I don't know what the process is for using this right now.
Anything that we put on the slide, someone could have taken a picture of anyway. So I think it's fine, but you can figure out who's the right person to check with.
Well, I mean, that's another
really appreciate it. Sounds like
use case.
maybe a lot of
We do take the person's catalog and then use that along with the activity of users in order to make recommendations against that catalog. But we don't actually host the site.
And it displays the final choice.
That's right.
You are the source at runtime for someone making
We generate
a decision, therefore you are an agent.
We are the source of somebody making a buying decision. We do have variations that are defined by the customer. Actually, for recommendations, we do generate content based on the customer's catalog. And then...
I'm trying to separate from the regular DXO.
Okay.
Going back on to the DXO center, I have now got improvement to my webpage.
It's just my name. You can
send that out.
I optimize like.
Oh, you mean like an A/B
test?
test?
Still has A/B test. For A/B test. I can be a vendor that will, or someone who will help. That could be perfect. Send it to
Organizing this.
like Spotify. Someone's got their own data center.
Like Spotify can use for generating recommendations for their listeners. They happen to have their own recommendations. They could use ours instead of the apps. I mean, that's part of, we consider that part of DXO's vision.
But then it.
How are you going to persuade me to recommend the work, or if it works, my investment?
You had go ahead and take that application on. There's one more architecture where it's sort of like the server. You just ask the question, which ones should I recommend to them? You've been collecting. No, because you've got to be in the middle of the browser.
I think a lot of the products that we do
to find out what other boots have been popular at the time you want to compare to.
A lot of find out
we have to get all that information uploaded to us. So we get a catalog uploaded.
Well, obviously every customer and what experiments they're running are different. And so we can't guarantee that they will necessarily find a version of
it. And I think we're talking in one of our sessions about behavior.
We can't do anything if we don't get the information from the customer.
Quickly, which is a huge piece of business value for them.
There's matching to
but yeah, I know what you mean. You have to
you a fall. Remember that one. The women
do you work with like a consulting agency? Lots of different customers?
Not a lot. Just a few manufacturers.
All right, take care.
Factories and e-commerce businesses.
How's it going, Bill?
Great. Yeah, well done.
Thanks. When did you come in? Was it yesterday or were you?
I came in last night.
How to do market research with data.
Yesterday, 3 I think, and then showed up at the office at about 6. No one was. Oh, Peter O was there.
Yes,
Peter
CEO. Yeah.
So.
I think it was at the office yesterday.
I'll email back whatever I find out.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Thank you so much.
No, I came in on Monday.
Monday?
Yeah,
Okay.
I worked
I
from
learned
here.
a lot. That's
Okay.
good.
Sorry, it's Sunday. Today's
Are you
Tuesday.
in
Oh,
I
wow.
came in
Okay,
Sunday evening.
Sunday.
I worked here yesterday.
I'm in machine learning engineering.
And yeah, I was not there at 6 o'clock yesterday.
How do you think it went
I thought it
overall?
went great. Oh yeah, it was great. Great day. Yeah, really strong attendance.
Yeah.
What's your name?
It's Lillian. Nice
Lillian.
to meet you.
Bill, nice to meet you.
Cool. So what next?
Happy hour. Happy hour. CU 29. It's right across the street.
Excellent.
Cool.
Happy hour?
Yeah, of course.
I'm excited.
Are you coming to happy hour?
Where is it?
It's across Brazos Street, which is right here, runs along the hotel. It's called CU 29. CU, letter, number, just across the street. So if you go out here and make a right, and then make a right, it'll be across the street on your left.
Nice.
¿Sabes qué? La neta, no hay pedo, porque ya va a salir mi vieja y ahorita llevo a la casa y... No, madre, no puedo ahorita. Esta es su mes.
Estamos iguales las dos.
Ya ves que tenemos que respetar eso. Digo, ya de una vez que Héctor ahorita también se lleve su Lamborghini para allá tirar la basura. No la amarren, acá todavía hay basura.
está preocupando que me está doliendo la espalda como cuando me lastimé.
Verga. ¿Qué has hecho de pesado?
¿Eh?
¿Qué has hecho de pesado?